Thank you for joining us for this City of Gainesville City Commission regular meeting for Thursday, May 7th. I'm excited to have you all with us today and looking forward to a productive day of getting government done. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to the invocation given by Mrs. Kim Hankins from the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Gainesville, Incorporated.
Welcome.
I would like to share this prayer for humanity. O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence, they are all thy servants, and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty, and all are illumined through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art kind to all. Thou hast provided for all, dost shelter all, conferrest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all. Let the religions agree and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement together, O God, the hearts. O thou kind Father God, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears through the melody of thy word, and shelter us in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlookest the shortcomings of all mankind.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're heading on to the adoption of the agenda, and I don't believe we had any updates, so it is as is.
What kind of sorcery is that? All right, very good. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the,
There is no public comment.
Commissioner Book, did you have something to add?
I just want to mention, I think the consent agenda is good. One of the items on there that we have items sometimes that kind of escape, public interest and awareness, but one's the American Rescue Act. And we're finalizing the monies that came through basically the last 4 years in that regard. And why that's important is that those monies benefited many, many nonprofit organizations over the last 3 to 4 years, as well as monies that we put towards affordable housing. And so for those who really have interest in kind of how we're putting our federal grant dollars, that would be an item to look at in the future. So not worth pulling off the consent agenda, but certainly worth recognizing the fact that that was a lot of money that did a lot of good in our community, but they were one-time federal pass-through dollars, and coming to a conclusion based on some real good management by the city manager's office, and in particular your staff, Mr. Manager. So I thought that's an important item to highlight.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. And I would add to that we all will benefit for a couple of generations from the American Rescue Plan Act and the funding that the Biden White House and Congress at the time provided to all 340-some million of us. All right, I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Eastman and Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion. We had early public comment, but nobody has signed up.
Okay.
So we're on to our discussion items for the morning. 2026-288 Sustainable Development Department update with the recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation from staff.
Good. Welcome, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Brian Singleton, Interim Chief Operating Officer.
I wanted to start with thanking Forrest Edelton for his years of service to the city and our neighbors in Gainesville. With his resignation, we are fortunate to have Ralph Hilliard leading the department as interim director as we move forward with the recruitment process. He's here in the room with us today. Mr. Hilliard has been on the city manager's leadership team for just under 3 months, serving as the part-time development services advocate. He retired from the city after 31 years of service and was the city's planning manager for about 20 years. He and I are in alignment with ensuring best-in-class neighbor services as identified in our strategic plan, and this is a very forward-facing department with assisting our neighbors through the permitting processes, through inspections and code compliance processes. He and I are also in alignment to ensure the team has the training and the resources to feel confident and supported while carrying out their duties. The team will be providing the presentation today. Brittany McMullen for planning, John Freeland for building, Nicole Johnson for codes, and Sarit Sela for special projects. Miranda Searing and Will Carl will also provide an update on permitting numbers. Also in the room today, we have Business Services Manager Kara Paulson and our Code Enforcement Supervisors Lorenzo Jones and Samantha Norris. I would like everyone to take note of the vast amount and volume of work that this team does. Mr. Hilliard will be working with the team to establish reasonable timeframes for special projects and code analyses based on the volume of permits, applications, and inquiries this team receives on a regular basis. I'll be sure to communicate those timeframes with the commission and the public moving forward. I'm very confident in the team to not miss a step during this transition period and extremely proud of the work they do with the limited resources that we have. So with that, I will turn this over to Brittany to provide a planning update.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. And whilst he's making her way up, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank Mr. Edelson for his years of service. He's left the department in good stead. And we welcome Mr. Hilliard. I bet he thought he would not be returning here. But we're so fortunate to have someone with his expertise and years of experience and familiarity with the organization. So welcome back.
Indeed, welcome back. We're thrilled to have you back in this elevated capacity. That's great. Welcome, Ms. McMullen.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. We're happy to be here to give you an update on things we've been working on since October of last year. So we'll be giving you an update on some numbers and projects that have been going on from October to the end of February this year. Again, for those who don't know, I'm Brittany McMullen. I'm the planning manager for the city. To tell you a little bit about the composition of our department and the team that we're working with, which is an amazing team that I'm very proud of. So currently we've got 2 Planner 3s in our office. We've got, the slide has actually been a little bit updated, or I should say the information on this slide's been updated since we made it. One of the Planner 1s in our office has been promoted to Planner 2, Ari Rabinovich, so we're very proud of him and happy for that change in the office.
Which one? I couldn't hear you.
Ari Rabinovich.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And so we've actually got 1 Planner 2 now. We've got 2 Planner 1s. Also in our office is the Historic Preservation Officer, who you've heard from several times, Environmental Coordinator, our Urban Forester, GIS and Operations System Specialist 2 as well. So we've got a good team. Like I said, really proud of them and excited for all the work that we are continuing to do. To tell you a little bit about what we do and just get into some of the special projects that we've been working on. I think you're all actually aware of many of them because we bring most of what we do to you all, and we will be in the coming months. But at a high level, we implement the city's comprehensive plan and land development code. The special projects that we have been working on this year have to do with those 2 things. Especially the comprehensive plan. As you know, we've been doing a lot of work to update and rewrite that. It's been an ongoing effort over the past few years. I would say that effort has greatly ramped up, so to speak, over the past few months, and we've put a lot of hours, a lot of time, and a lot of thought into that. And we will be giving you an update on that at your General Policy Committee meeting next week, next Thursday. So we'll get into that a little bit more at that meeting. Additionally, something that our department continues to do, largely through the director, is the director and code enforcement has been highly involved with this, is engaging with the University Park Neighborhood Association on the Community First Initiative. Another thing that we focus on is reviewing the development review process and associated data, especially in response to changing statutory landscapes and service expectations. So you'll hear more on those numbers at the end of this presentation. Miranda Searing and Will Carl, our development review coordinators in the office, will tell you more about the data that's been gathered on those numbers since October. And of course, we do land development code review, so there's a number of special projects that are both commission and privately initiated that we continue to work on. Just to quickly go through that list, I think you're all pretty familiar with it, but just to kind of give a summary, we're looking at design standards for parking structures, specifically outside of transit zones, reviewing an existing PD that had been requested for us to look at, the Foxfield plan development, generally looking at residential density in transit zones, fencing code changes that were requested by the commission, potential changes to alcohol provisions within the code, a follow-up on the privately initiated text change from Gainesville Neighborhood Voices on public notice procedures, in addition to historic tax exemption policies and the historic buffer requirements that are in the land development code currently. So that's all things that we're working on, in addition to all of the kind of the normal stuff that we do on a daily basis, which a large part of that includes development plan review. So to give you a little bit of an overview on those numbers, since October, we've had 261 total planning submittals. This includes a range of things. So it includes development plan review in addition to sort of the smaller things like looking at sign permits, outdoor dining permits, things like that. Out of that larger number, 44 have been new planning projects. So those are what go through the development review process. So those are all something that all of our team members also look at and review on a regular basis. So we're doing a lot with a strong but very strong team. Just to give you a review of what your advisory boards have been doing, there have been 4 city plan board meetings. They reviewed 13 petitions. The development review board met twice with 4 petitions reviewed. The historic preservation board met 4 times. And the total number of certificate of appropriateness reviews, including administrative review by our historic preservation officer and the board, is 37. There's also been 4 city beautification board meetings. So the planning department has a variety of resources available on the website to help inform you all and the community on what's happening. The one that's been most recently updated is the development projects map. So that can be found within the planning webpage. If you're interested, if you go to the City of Gainesville's website, navigate to building and development, planning and development maps. It's called the development projects map. That will tell you what projects have been recently approved, what projects are currently under review, their status, and give you a little bit of information on that and the contact person to get in touch with if you'd like more information. So that's something that our GIS specialist works to update on a regular basis. Additionally, we have a link to set up what we call a first step meeting. It's basically a pre-application meeting for different types of projects. It can range from, if somebody wants to do an accessory dwelling unit, single family home, start a new business, build a new project. We hold those meetings 3 days a week, and we stay very steady with those. I think Miranda will probably go through the number of those that we've had over the past few months, but we stay very busy with those meetings and are able to inform a lot of community members on the processes. And we hear about a lot of very interesting projects that way, and are able to follow up with folks from those meetings. The last thing I wanted to mention on our webpage is a page dedicated to informing the community of neighborhood workshop meetings. So these are meetings that are held by developers or applicants prior to submitting for project review. It's not meetings that the city hosts, but it is meetings that we want to let people know about if things are coming up in their community. How that works is we receive the notices that the private developers send out prior to these meetings, and as soon as we get them, we update them on the website and just try to make people aware of what's going on. I would say that's a great time for folks to get involved in projects at an early stage prior to them being submitted. A lot of times they'll see those projects go through, if they're a big enough project, they'll go through to be reviewed by the Development Review Board, so they can kind of follow through the process that way. So those are some of the resources on our website. We also did want to give you an update on the inclusionary zoning efforts or affordable housing code requirements. This is something that was adopted in 2024, originally at the end of 24. It was effective in November of 24. And then, as some of you all may remember, we updated a portion of that code in August of 2025 to include specifically an exemption for providing structured parking as an offset for that requirement. And what that section applies to is all multifamily dwelling residential developments that create 50 or more new dwelling units in certain levels of transect zoning, so that's U5 through DT. And the requirement is that they must provide a minimum of 10% of the total number of dwelling units as affordable. So this is some data to show you what we've seen since the ordinance went into effect in November of 24. So just in general, prior to that ordinance being adopted, we had 8 projects with less than 50 units. And this is just sort of pulling from some of the data that we presented to you at the time, just to kind of give you an idea of the scale and the number of projects. Also, before that ordinance was adopted, between 2021 and 2024, we saw 20 projects that had more than 50 units. Since then, developments with less than 50 units have been 2 projects. Developments with over 50 units, we've seen 2 projects. We have had 1 project that would fall into the category of IZ or affordable housing that will be providing 30 affordable units. This is going through the process as a voluntary project, so it's not something that would fall into the required category. It's not located within one of those transect zones, but they are utilizing that provision that was approved to offset the project without having to provide structured parking. So there's 1 project that we consider an IZ project, so to speak. There's 1 in for permitting currently that is in a transect zone that would be required to either provide the units or to pay a fee in lieu of providing the units. So that's in for review right now, and those specifics are being worked out. By our estimate from meeting with proposed developments and first steps, we think we've had 10 first step meetings that would potentially fall into this category. Various reasons for why we may or may not have seen them yet, or if they may or may not go forward. But a few things to consider that we've kind of observed in working with developers so far are there might be fewer number of developers with experience incorporating affordable units, and that could be limiting the number of potential projects. There could be challenges with entering into agreements with local housing authorities to monitor affordable units. And we have had 1 request for a fee in lieu of providing the units. That's the project that's in for review right now. That's still under review. So those are just some of the considerations that we wanted to present to you. We had let you know that we would provide you with an update after that was adopted, and this is our update as of this point. We'll continue monitoring it and reviewing it, and please feel free to reach out to us at any time if you have questions on that.
Okay, let me pause you for
Sure.
a moment there before you go to the next one. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McMullen, thank you. Can you remind us the fee in lieu of what, where does that land if they do that? And then what is our ability to then spend that in affordable housing?
Yeah, so that is something to be discussed, I think. If the project gets approved for that option, it'll be the first one that we've done, so it's sort of still in the works, so to speak. I would probably, defer to leadership a little bit on that one. I don't know that we've worked out all the details yet, but it's sort of in
Leadership, it
process.
sounds like y'all need to talk to commission and get some thoughts and feedback, and remind us legally.
Oh, yeah,
what we can
absolutely, and I
do.
think we will definitely want your direction as well.
All right.
But it's the first one that is being proposed, so.
All right, second
yeah.
question.
Yes.
The second point on considerations about difficulty in entering into agreements with local housing authorities. How much has GHA talked to, or, the conversations between GHA and your department directly about these IZ units, either the existing ones or in the future? How much conversation, and what have those conversations been like?
Yeah, I think there's been some conversation with both GHA and other, because GHA is not the only entity providing these types of things. And honestly, I can't speak directly to that. I haven't been the one involved in the conversations, but I think there have been some conversations had just about the level of affordability that they're looking to serve versus the projects that are being provided. But I can definitely get more information on that and bring it back to you in the future.
Okay, and this is to, we requested a joint meeting with GHA. Haven't really heard back on that, but maybe the mayor can fill us in a little bit. But this is one of the things, I think, the last joint meeting with GHA, was it 2023?
A couple of years ago, yeah.
And then the IZ policy got finally ironed out in
2024.
2024.
Late 24.
Late 24. We have not had a meeting with them since then. And if the way our IZ policy works requires an affordable housing partner.
No, so I wouldn't, sorry to interrupt. It doesn't require an affordable housing partner, but that is an option.
Perhaps the easiest way for most
Yes.
developers to achieve it is to go to an existing housing authority.
Yes,
Sorry,
I would say.
should've-
And a lot of projects that have been approved, even prior to IZ, the ones who just voluntarily entered into agreements under plan developments are working, there's a few that are working with GHA. I know there's one working with the Alachua County Housing Authority. So I think it's an ongoing conversation that, we just need to keep having.
I think part of that, I know there's a lot of staff conversation because y'all know the ins and outs, the details of the law. But I think some of that conversation needs to happen between our commission and GHA.
Sure.
And potentially even Alachua County Housing
Sure.
Authority, so that we can talk a little bit about what is envisioned by
Sure.
the commission, what their challenges are, and just kind of meet in the middle. Because if this is not going to work out in this pattern, we need to know sooner than later before we get the next 10 projects that are
Right.
that are down the road. I'm excited about the couple, so we can see, at least under our policy, how it's working, and under the voluntary previous policy. But I do think this is one where, Mr. Mayor, that we need to, that GHA meeting needs to happen, that joint meeting, so that we can talk to their board members, to hear what they think, so that they can hear what we think. And so that they are fully clear about our IZ policy. Peel that back. I don't know. I'm sure their staff knows, because they probably deal with it, directly with some of these other projects that are already in voluntary IZ. But I don't know, that's just brought to mind that we really need that meeting at some point. Thank you, Ms. McMullen.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just to add to what Ms. McMullen said, we have had a number of, prior to the IZ policy officially being adopted by the commission, we did have a number of voluntary IZ projects, as you all are aware of, and we worked with Gainesville Housing Authority on those. As Ms. McMullen said, it's not a requirement that they work with a housing provider. However, there are benefits to doing that, both from the project as well as from the city, both from an administrative perspective with the project, because, obviously GHA is, and other housing providers, they do screening. That's part of their regular function. They also bring housing choice vouchers to the table as well, and that's another benefit. We do have a position that's in the housing department, which is your housing advocate. There's a compliance component to that position as well, and that role is to monitor these IZ agreements going forward, and making sure that there's a compliance aspect, regardless of if the project ends up working with the GHA or Alachua County Housing Authority. With respect to the fee in lieu, so the funding, to Commissioner Willett's question, the funding as laid out in the code is earmarked for affordable housing. It's intended to aid in the creation of affordable housing, so it could be whether it's acquisition, renovation, development incentive to create new affordable housing units, and then the actual fee is determined based on a negotiation with the developer, because they have to bring their construction costs. We have to review those. So there's I think, as Ms. McMullen said, there's some information exchange that has to go, because ultimately what all of these IZ agreements end up being is a developer's agreement between the city and the developer, and so that has to be ironed out. This is, as was indicated, the first instance that we've gotten interest from somebody wanting to explore this fee in lieu of aspect. I think once we hammer this out, we'll have a better template going forward for future agreements.
And I can add a little bit more too. Sorry, I didn't answer maybe the first part of your question about kind of how the fee in lieu of works. So the way that we envision it to work, and that it is looking to work with this first one, is that the developer gives us data and information on the estimated cost of them providing the units. The city then is required to provide certain offsets, and this is required by state statute, as we discussed during the IZ adoption hearings, that would essentially equate to that number. So there are things we can do to offset the cost, including using fees, waiving of fees, providing calculations for design requirements that they propose to do in sort of a different way. So it's definitely a specific calculation, and balancing that, and kind of seeing, like Mr. Person said, a negotiation of what works for each party. So yeah, that's sort of how we're going through it right now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to stop to go back to the first step. And just to say that I'm familiar with an organization that's gone through that process with you. And where planning may be a very, very daunting task for novices, you all have made that process very engaging, very appealing, and it was just well done. So I wanted to compliment you on that. I'm not sure how long that has been in process, but it's an excellent public service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe the first step has been in place since probably 1991, I believe. Wow. We had this question a long time ago. We did some research, and it was something that I think Mr. Hilliard is nodding his head, so he would be the one to know. So it's been in place a long time, and it's gone through many iterations. I'm very pleased to say that I think it's really been a positive program, and I think the city several years ago put a lot of resources into making it better and more helpful, and I think that's been the experience and the feedback that we received over that time.
And we like to talk about community engagement. This is just an excellent entree there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. And to add on to that, I think the message is the current iteration of it sounds like it's working well.
It is.
So, and then I have a comment on that, and then some questions about the next slide. The process of getting something built is relatively easy if you are building something big enough that you need to go hire a planning company to work with you. And we have some, 2 or 3 planning companies in town that do great work on helping somebody build something large. But there's a big gap below that. If you're trying to do something small, and we talk about how we want to encourage local developers and we want to encourage smaller development, it's really hard for them to be able to do that. And there's only so much the city of Gainesville can offer as a government agency to tell you how you ought to be doing things. I think that the way we do First Step is about as good as any community is able to provide. We always want to be able to do more, and I would love to be able to give more resources to that, because it definitely, the complexity of Florida housing code, Florida, building code, and the complexity of what we do at the City of Gainesville is daunting if you're just trying to build a quadruplex. If you're trying to build, if you're trying to put a shed in your backyard, it is daunting, and there are definitely people who walk away from the process because they don't know. So thank you and everyone who works on that for providing that service, because it really is a service. And any recommendations that you all have that we could implement for you, the resources that we could give you to make that better for small developers, I absolutely want to be able to do that. And if you'd flip over to the next one. So let me make sure I understand. Under the first 2 lines there, that's 4 years worth of development, correct?
Yes, correct.
So if I'm reading correctly, we were averaging between 21 and 24 about 2 smaller than 50 unit developments per year, and about 5 larger than 50 units per year. And now we're on, it looks like about the same pace on the less than 50 units, maybe a little bit slower. And on the larger ones that qualify under the ordinance, significantly slower development. There's no way for us to know this, but my guess is that a large reason for that is a rapidly cooling housing development environment. Money is expensive, and that means people don't build as much. We also see, not that it's the same thing, but we see that Florida is one of the 3 states with the highest rate of foreclosures right now. So again, that's residential single family is different than large multifamily, but there's some correlation there. So it's hard to know with 18 months data
Yeah.
how well this is working or not working. And I'm uncomfortable with trying to make too many changes unless we know, unless we have had folks say, this just does not work for us, we're not going to invest in Gainesville because of this. I would hate for us to make too many changes to something we just don't have much data on. It's the sort of thing that until you get 4 or 5 years worth of data, it's hard to know. And when we do have 4 or 5 years worth of data, we'll be able to compare that to national trends and see if everybody's cooling or if it's just something here. So it's good to be able to compare and with the annual averages. So thanks for putting that out there. That's useful for me. So,
Absolutely.
all right, please proceed.
All right, yeah, thank you for those questions. So moving on, and like I said, we'll be talking about the comprehensive plan in a lot more detail a week from today. So we won't spend a ton of time talking about it here, but just to give you a quick update on that, we do have some updates on our webpage. We've been providing updates over the past few months on the status of things. We've got the updated draft posted on the webpage right now, and that is a result of putting together and combing through a large number of feedback points from different areas, different community meetings, written feedback, and various sources. So we'll get into that more next week. We did submit the required evaluation and appraisal letter which was reviewed by you all and was on your consent agenda on April 16th. That was submitted by May 1st as required. So kind of just to summarize that, we've got a year from that submittal date to submit changes. And that's really specifically focused on changes that are required to be in the comprehensive plan by state. So making sure we're meeting statutory requirements. So we'll be doing some work on that.
Speaking of development.
Yeah, so we're working on that over the next year, and then, like I said, next week we'll give you an update at your GPC meeting on where we plan on going with the comp plan and all the work that's been put into it thus far, and reviewing some high-level points from each chapter with you all.
Very good.
So that's, I think, it from me today. And next up, we've got John Freeland from the Building Division.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. John Freeland, City Building Official. So, still a lot going on. Everything that's come down to us is being processed. Large-scale ongoing projects, Gilbane, one of the big student housing projects. We're closing out Naturo, which is really nice workforce housing out on 20th Avenue. Final COs and things coming on that. Heavy work on Hawthorne Heights Apartments out Hawthorne Road. Oak Hammock is doing a huge expansion. You can't really see it from Williston Road, but it is a major project. Williston Point, new hotel. We still have some active residential subdivisions. And Grand Oaks is about to build out, so close to it. Let's see. Oh,
What about Jesse's Village? I don't see that one on there. Off of 21st, is it?
yeah.
21st?
I mean, it's going.
Yeah.
It's being built. I didn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right. I just wanted to put that out there in case anybody forgot that it's happening in Southeast Gainesville. So
Anybody know how this works?
just keep pushing buttons until something happens. There you go.
Ah. Oh.
Yeah.
For the period that we looked at, October to March, 3,219 total permits in all categories. Total numbers of permits can be a little deceptive because it doesn't really weight them. A building permit can come in and it could be a 5-story, student housing complex, or it could be a commercial renovation of small scale. So, but as a general rule, the number of permits has been fairly stable. We're down year to year about 9%, but I don't think that really represents the volume. 11,168 inspections done, 69 new single-family dwellings. One thing, I think I mentioned this probably in the last update, some of the new single-family that's coming in is not traditional new single-family detached. It's actually hitting the rental market in townhomes and things like that. So they are categorized as single-family residential, but they're actually for rent from day one. So it's just a little bit of a different trend. 19 demolitions. Now that also includes a good bit of, several of them that were city-issued, city-initiated demolitions for capital improvement projects and things like that. And 9 new multifamily buildings during that period of time. Other things of a little bit of interest, we're going to see at least 1 tower crane that's been permitted out on the Innovation Square and stuff like that. So we haven't seen a tower crane in the core of Gainesville for a little while. We'll get at least 1 back pretty quickly. There are several others proposed that I see a few months out, but we've got temp power service ready for one of them, so it's definitely coming. Wait, I'll get this figured out eventually.
I have the same problem with it.
Yeah. So it sounds like that might be about me, and to turn this over to somebody a little more competent. Any questions for building?
No, y'all are doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Nicole Johnson, I'm the code enforcement manager. As Brian said, we have two of our supervisors here with you today. I want to give them credit because they do the lion's share of the work and they make my job very easy. To give you a bit of the breakdown, we do have 8 zone officers throughout the city, so 4 on each team, and then there's 2 land development code officers who handle our chapter 30 portion of the code of ordinances. And again, we've got a north side and a south side, so each supervisor has a team of 5. And as of 1 week ago, we're back at full staffing. So thank you so much for allowing that to happen, and we hope to continue to show why that was so important for us. Just a quick highlight. I think most of you are pretty familiar with what we do, but the chief areas of enforcement when it comes to our city codes, we do some with the public nuisance when it comes to animals, a lot of property maintenance code under Chapter 13. We deal with dangerous buildings and hazardous lands. We do lots of abandoned and dangerous vehicle enforcement, and then, of course, some things under our land development code. As a quick reminder, these statistics I'm about to present are from October 1 to, I believe, March 1st of this year. So this will be a quick snapshot. We had 2,213 cases assigned, and during that time, 2,070 were closed. To give you a little bit of a breakdown, 300 of those were proactive, and this year we've made a big push to highlight our beautification efforts of the city. So some of the things that are included in those stats are the shopping cart retention program. So we had 102 referrals for that, and that could be 1 cart, it could be 20 carts. And as you probably all know, they're all over the city all of the time. So our staff works very hard to keep that under control, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job. 20 of these statistics were for graffiti referrals. Again, the number's a little misleading because it may not be just one little bout of graffiti. It could be a huge area that we're referring to keep Alachua County beautiful. You'll see those numbers go up this year. I think we can all agree that graffiti is back in full swing. We're seeing a lot of the politically driven messages, so we are working hard in conjunction with the police department and KACB to have all that remedied. Our compliance rate, when we look at that, I have to say I'm pretty happy with that, 99.3%. And when I run those numbers, I look at compliance of anything that leads up into the special magistrate. So whether it's voluntary compliance, whether it's a door hanger, a notice of violation, if you come into compliance anytime before a guilty adjudication, we find that to be a success. So during that 5-month block, only 14 cases were actually heard by the magistrate. So that number in comparison to 2,000 plus is pretty good. We've had 5 reduction rescission cases, and we all know those are important because sometimes people don't have the means to address stuff when it's happening, and we try as a city to be fair and reasonable in how we approach stuff after the fact. We have been involved in 4 demolitions and 2 major renovations. I think probably the one that was on everyone's radar was the home that was just north of the Sonic, up on Northwest 22nd Drive. So that one was completed during this time frame, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from that neighborhood, and they were very grateful for the efforts there. A lot of times we may be involved in a dangerous building and we'll send notice and the owners will come into compliance on their own, whether that's demolishing a structure or not. So for the 4 that were completed, not all of them came out of city budget. I think only 1 of those, and like I said, 2 were eligible for a major renovation. So we're trying to get folks to kind of put back into the city and revitalize it. 62 abandoned vehicles were addressed, and only 13 of those had to be towed by the city. So again, our compliance rate is high. 45 homeless, houseless encampments. We do a lot of work with Phil Mann and his very organized group of folks with Public Works and GPD and GFR. So those can be very long in process. Code enforcement tries to help on the front end, and then of course if it's something on private property, we want to make sure those camps are cleaned up. So of all of those, they've all been closed out and are no longer active camps. Everyone's favorite, our signs collected. We had 2,721 snipe signs taken from the right-of-way, and those numbers continue to stay pretty steady. So we haven't had any major events occurring, but I imagine with political season and everything ramping up, we're going to see those numbers probably climb a little more. Also, at the bottom here, we talk about our neighborhood improvement projects. The areas we focused on during this time were a portion of the Duval neighborhood, Lincoln Estates, and a portion of Northwood. And so what we do is we take a palatable piece of the neighborhood, maybe where we're getting a lot of complaints. We send our officers out and we try to kind of just do a widespread education campaign. And of course, cases are open and we work really hard to get people into voluntary compliance with that. Lastly, to speak on education, we are getting ready to work closely with planning to initiate a sign code program. I think our starting point is going to be the downtown area. And this is going to start with a simple, hey, this is what the sign code requires. If we're seeing any issues, we're going to go ahead and give it to you now so you have time to kind of digest what we're saying. And we're hoping to make a really big voluntary push outside of having to issue notices and things of that nature. But being that this is kind of the core of the city, we're going to start here and then kind of move it around as needed. I think we can all agree probably every area of the city has some sign code violations. So our land development code officers are working really hard on that, but you'll probably see our entire staff participating in that effort.
Very good. Let me pause you for just a moment.
Sure.
Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Manager. I just, in looking at the compliance rate in the various different chief areas of enforcement, much like Commissioner Chestnut was talking about a success story that she has, 2 areas in District 2, which is my district, Northwest 22nd Drive is one of them, is a house that had metal, wood, non-maintenance. The property was a disaster, and it really impacted all the people who live around it. That's not pleasant and takes up quite a bit of room, trash and receptacles, so I appreciate the work there. And then there was a huge home in, I want to say it's Brywood, and this home had been vacated by somebody 3 or 4 years ago. The person left the grass, windows, mosquitoes, rats, pests. That affects an entire neighborhood. And, often we think about properties that may be, low end in value. Well, this was a high end property, large, completely destroyed, and really impacted the neighborhood negatively. In both cases, they were response based for codes. But as soon as the referral came into us as a commission, you all went out and took immediate action. And I recognize that codes has some bureaucratic processes. So some things do slow down. But the immediate action for kind of safety and allowing them to be properties that at least would be better visually was really important. So I appreciate the work there. Something, Mr. Manager, that may be a code thing down the road might be talking about what we're doing with short-term rentals and safety community-wide. And I realize there's some state preemptions in law related to that, but those who want to ensure that people that are coming in and those properties have the same safety requirements that really benefit everybody else in single-family zoning and in multifamily. So that may be a topic that comes before you in the future. But thank you for the effort. Two particular areas of success that I'm aware of, and I appreciate the response.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you all so much. Have a good
Thank you.
day.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarit Sela. I'm the city architect, and I will review with you special projects, which is the area I'm working on. My colleagues, Inland Right Coordinator, Kara Brecken, and our Chief Resiliency Officer, Dan Zhu. We'll start with an update about the ADUs, the in-house development of accessory dwelling units designs. This project has 2 sides to it. One is development and construction on 5 city-owned lots. We have a total of 14 units that are either being constructed or about to be constructed. 2 lots are under construction on Northwest 7th Street between 7th and 8th Avenue. You can go by and see 6 units are being shaped there. We have, and they are anticipated to be completed this summer. One is going through permitting right now. One is in the bidding process. So if anyone is interested, the bid deadline is May 25th, and that's for a contractor. And then we have one lot currently in design. All of these are infill lots. In addition, these models and other models are available online for anyone to download free of charge of ADUs. We currently have 9 models online, and with additional models expected soon, including 2 or 3 that will be pre-approved for historic neighborhoods. So all of that for ADUs. Northwest 5th Avenue surplus development. Staff is working on an RFP for surplus and disposition of a few small lots along 5th Avenue between about Northwest 10th Street and 12th Street. This will come up in the coming months as well. We will develop criteria for evaluation and ranking, and will come in front of you. We are also working on design support for various capital improvement projects, including the City Hall Plaza. That is, we have a big ceremony tomorrow of ribbon cutting, tomorrow at 10 a.m., and also the Thomas Center building assessment, which is just kicking off and kind of looking at the condition of the buildings on Thomas Center. Our land rights coordinator works with various community partners. One of them is the school board on a purchase and sales agreement for Citizens Field Stadium. Also working, a high priority item is the real estate policy update, which is underway and will be reviewed by the Housing Department, Housing Community Development, GCRA, and legal. City Beautification Board, yesterday we had a big event. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner Willits and Commissioner Eastman for being there. We had about 60 guests that celebrated together 8 outstanding initiatives, projects, and people. We had public amenities category with the RTS bus stop improvements, and citywide multi-use trail and park wayfinding with wild spaces, and another wild spaces project with Alfred Rink Park boardwalk improvements. We also have 2 social and commercial hubs with the Grove Street Farmers Market and How Bazaar, and 3 nonprofits, Working Food, the Gainesville Fine Arts Association, GFAA Gallery, and Mindful Messages mural movement in schools. We had a very beautiful evening, very happy moment. And then working with coordination with the Chief Resiliency Officer and Government Affairs. So last week I had the pleasure and honor to co-present with Dr. Dan Zhu at the National Planning Conference in Detroit. We talked about the Lead for Cities and how to go through that program, and talked about our lessons from Gainesville, and it was such a wonderful experience. We had about 200 or more people in the audience, and so many great comments and questions and compliments, and people asking if they can come to Gainesville, and really a lot to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, look at that. Okay. But wait, there's more. Welcome.
Can we get the overhead, please?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I am Miranda Searing, Development Review Coordinator for DSD.
And I'm Will Carl. I'm the Building Review Coordinator at DSD. We have some numbers to go over with you for the permitting, a little more of a deep dive, and I'm going to let Miranda kick it off with the planning numbers.
Here, put this. And since Brittany said I would be presenting those first step numbers, I'll just start out with those. From October to February, we held 89 of those first step meetings. So definitely a lot of coordination happening in those. And they've been fairly successful from what we're seeing. So I'll start out with our development review numbers. We issued 22 development orders, which is pretty consistent with previous activity. and reflects steady volume of the number of applications moving through our department. The average number of review cycles to project approval is 4, which is actually down from 5 cycles, which we were reported on our previous update. So this reduction really shows the improvements in our efficiency for review timeframes and the overall coordination of just the entire process. In addition, our task turnaround times. Our task turnaround averages continue to outperform that 15 business day review timeframe among all of the reviewing departments. So you can see planning at 12, Public Works at 8, and GRU at 6. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Will for the building numbers.
Very good. Let me find our building numbers briefly. All right, so Mr. Mayor, I'm Will Carl. Overall, we issued 3,219 building permits. The lion's share of those you're going to see on the next slide are mainly over-the-counter, which our awesome permit expediter team knock out for us every day. The remaining 21%, I think it is, are the ones that require plan review. So that's the breakdown month over month of which ones actually went through the full plan review process. And I'm going to get the next page up here. There we go. Sorry, bear with me one moment. I'm going to go kind of through the cycle issuances. So first cycle issuances are actually up compared to the previous reported period. Second cycle issuances are kind of our sweet spot. So in the to reference the community outreach we talked about earlier, Miranda and I do kind of what we refer to as a next step. So after the first cycle, we will set up meetings with applicants to meet with our plans reviewers, anything they might have questions about, so they're not shooting from the hip on that second cycle, so they get it out the door on the second cycle. Third cycles are a bit more aberrant. That's for our bigger projects, the huge apartments with hundreds and hundreds of pages that they're just going to have corrections made. But yeah, we are good on that second cycle. The task turnaround time is really good for all departments. So for building, we're getting our tasks for each review cycle done. We're averaging 5 days. Planning is averaging 7 days. Public Works is at 2 days. And GRU is at 4. So we work closely with all these other departments, and so I just want to shout them out in particular too, that we have a really good little coordination group between building, planning, GRU, and Public Works. Way ahead of that 10-day turnaround time. We're just on the ball. We have an awesome plans review team in both building and planning, so the credit goes all around. So, and Miranda and I will answer any questions if you all have them. So,
I don't see any lights. Very good work.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That's the department presentation we have for you today. I just want to thank the team again for all the work that they do in assisting our neighbors through the development processes, permitting processes, and code compliance processes. So thank you for your time today.
Excellent. Thank you. We do have some lights, it looks like. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say to the manager that it is quite a compliment to have our staff be invited to present at national meetings, and we should encourage that more, but that is really a compliment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we also present pretty regularly at state conferences. I think last September we had 5 or 6 presentations. I think we hosted 5 or 6 different sessions on different things that the city was doing, whether they be solely in planning and building and code enforcement, or they were associated with multi-departmental efforts, as some of what you heard today. So we definitely definitely appreciate that feedback.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So it is one of the things that the city of Gainesville, that the city commission does every single day that nobody thinks about, or very few people think about when they run for city commission, is land use and zoning. I mean, that is just a thing that is a regular, if you don't know what's going to be on the agenda from meeting to meeting, it is going to be something to do with planning and zoning. And I appreciate how well our folks at Department of Sustainable Development, how easy you make that for us to work through those items. These are, again, things that most of us don't come to this dais with a wealth of experience, and you facilitate us being able to make that happen. The other things that we do as a city are mostly things that other levels of government also do, that the community really understands very well. But what happens through sustainable development, if we don't get that right, it ends in lawsuits. It ends in, I mean, and by we, I mean the whole city. It ends in us not having good places for people to live and to work and play in our community. And your work could not be more essential to the work of the city. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for explaining it well. I'm really glad that we now have these regular updates from your department. It helps us and all the people watching at home, and there really are people watching at home, understand better what you do, and makes the process a little less mysterious. So thank you for that. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes,
item?
Mr. Mayor, we have Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you so much for mentioning inclusionary zoning, because I can't miss an opportunity to repeat what you've probably memorized by now. Oh, by the way, happy Nurses Week. And that's not just a hat tip to nurses, but to you, everybody's future good health care.
Thank you, and happy Nurses Week.
Thank you. You mentioned inclusionary zoning, and you know what I'm going to say. I'll say it anyway. The plan you have enacted with no ownership component, with standards for percent set aside and area median income to accommodate, will not be transformative in this community or produce a significant number of units versus our need. Now, Mr. Mayor, you've told me, be glad you did something. But you know that if this state continues one-party rule, the preemptions will continue to pile up. And when you get ready to reevaluate that tool, you won't have it anymore. So before the time that these meetings become purely ceremonial, it's why it's important for you to go ahead and up the parameters of that tool while you still have it and make a difference.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Before we move on from that, I do want to mention that our staff went and found some information and texted it to me from a comment that I made earlier. I asked about Jesse's Village. Jesse's Village is, in fact, on Southeast 21st Street, and I drive by it every couple of weeks. It looks like there's great progress. It is, in fact, great progress, and they'll be cutting the ribbon on that on July 24th. So keep that in mind. It's an exciting new development, affordable development on Southeast 24th Street, around the corner from Hawthorne Heights, which is moving at a rapid pace as well. So, all right, I see no further lights on this one. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-319 Cotton Club Museum HVAC replacement funding request, with a recommendation the City Commission hear an update and provide staff with direction.
Mr. Manager, do you want to
Sure
lead us
thing.
off on that one?
So back at your April 23rd general policy meeting, we discussed the HVAC needs of the Cotton Club Museum. Since then, we've been in communication with representatives from the Cotton Club Museum. Ms. Fox
And
shared-
Cultural Center.
And Cultural Center, thank you. Ms. Fox shared 3 quotes that they had received for HVAC replacement. Those are in your backup. We also had received word from the county that they are also exploring potential ways to assist the Cotton Club Museum. I believe, and I'm sure representatives can speak to this, but I believe Monday there was a tour of the facility with the county's facility staff to identify needed improvements or repairs to the building. I think you all have a copy of those repairs. I think there is still an expectation that as the county moves forward with obtaining estimates for that work, and they've already identified some funding source that had been reserved for capital funding for cultural amenities, that the city still be expected to, that we're still expected to put the $40,000 from the original request to address the immediate issue, which is the HVAC system. So with that, we're recommending that the commission provide direction to submit a contribution not to exceed $40,000, subject to agreement between the city and the Cotton Club Museum, with documentation of the work, the quote, and then right to audit language, all that good stuff. We are recommending that the commission approve that funding, consistent with what the commission did with Heartwood, which is an expectation that for the next 3 years that the Cotton Club would make the facility available for city use free of charge 4 times a year. That is, consistent with what previous action that the commission took. So we can answer any questions you have, and I'm sure representatives would like to speak as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Testa.
Yeah, well, if you want to hear from the public first, but I'll be happy to put a motion on the floor.
Did you all want to make any kind of presentation or? Well, President Fox.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioner. I have with me Monye and John Riskin, you were here before. We thank you all for making this happen for us. We think it's going to be a win-win situation for all of us, and we just want to thank you from the depths of our hearts for doing this for the museum. Thank you. Anything, Monye?
Happy Nurses Week.
Well, I thank you for acknowledging Nurses Week. We are your backbone. The doctor write an order, but we carry it out. So I'm very proud to be a nurse. I'm very proud to have functioned in that capacity because it's a compassion. It is a place to show compassion. But I stand here today to not only acknowledge how proud we are and grateful we are for what the commission has decided to do to help us continue our work, which we consider very important at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center. And I appreciate your compliance with trying to say that. And I really do have a reason for asking that. The children need to know that we are many steps above a club. And our generation may see the depth of who we are, but the children won't. So we need to let them know that we carry that heavy load of giving them that artistic part of life. I want to also say that we intend to continue the work. We invite your suggestions, your visits, your whatever you think we need to do to make our surroundings and the things we offer greater and wider. If you come flip through our sheet on the front desk that we keep for people to acknowledge their presence, you'll see that they're not only from all over the United States, from all over the world. During the summer, we bring in groups of children. The largest group I had last summer was 48. We charge nothing. We just want to teach the history and acknowledge the importance that we have here in the city of Gainesville. So I thank you very much. I also thank my board members, and especially Mrs. Fox. She's the reason we're standing here. I acknowledge that wholly, and I say all the time, I am not the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center. The board members are. Mr. John Rice, come on, John. Stand here. And the beauty of it all is these people work diligently for no fee, and they work from their hearts, and we want to continue to do that. I acknowledge that, and I thank you, and I appreciate them for letting me be their leader. Thank you again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Testa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, I want to thank the manager. I had no doubt that he would be able to find some funds to help the Cotton Club out. And before making the motion, I also want to thank the County Commission for coming forward with some additional funds. And they are sending, or they have sent someone out to do an inspection and to look at other you want to say something, Manye? Okay. To look at other structures that need to be.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just should acknowledge that. They were very diligent. They set out three very, including the manager, very helpful people who helped us walk through. But because you realize we are an old wooden building built in 1940s early. So there has been damage to the structure. There are things that they give us such insight on, and they are willing to help us bring the building up. Their acknowledgement to us was that they want us to be free of those worries if we can, so that we can concentrate on the programming that we serve. And we don't know if the funds they're offering will do everything we need to do, but we're very grateful for the things they will do. We know that the city, we thank you for $40,000 toward the AC unit. It's going to cost us over $51,000 to do that, but this is such a great way to get there. So we're going to be able to fulfill that, as well as some other structural things. So I do thank the county commission and the people they've seen, and I certainly thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, and all of you for recommending that they do that. We want to represent you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and with that, Mr. Mayor, I move to authorize the manager to move forward with an award of $40,000 to the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center from the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Fund.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly support the motion. I appreciate, Mr. Manager, probably the research we did to find probably the most appropriate funding source. Very important. And since the Cotton Club and Cultural Center is in the GCRA area, that allows us to use monies that are specific to a geographic area that doesn't impact our overall programming. And I think that's really important for the public to understand also. I also like the fact that if we're going to provide the funds, normally I'm on the conservative end of providing funds outside when we have our own financial challenges, is that we're doing it for sustainable costs as opposed to programmatic or operational costs. I think often we don't get the bang for the buck if we do that, because the minute the money's run out, the programs or the operations stop. But where you do something like for infrastructure, like HVAC systems or roofing, then we know we're going to see the benefit of that for the entire community for years to come. So I think that the recommendation from the manager's office through the staff is the best one, and one that's much more supportable than us taking costs away for things that may be short term. So I appreciate that. One other thought, Mr. Manager, we've talked quite a bit since we've had a couple of organizations come forward about how we fund, and when they come forward to us out of process, out of policy. And normally I'm not in favor of those exceptions, because what that does is creates exceptions across the board, and we're always trying to meet those needs. I think Commissioner Duncan Walker in the past had talked about revising some policy and procedure and how we can look at a grant fund specific to downtown. And something to consider for a future GPC, maybe that our funding sources, all the ones that we have for nonprofits, might align with sustainable cost. So rather than programmatic and operational cost, we know that there may be a funding source where they come in a solicitation, and they're asking us for infrastructure or things that will be long-term, so they're not coming back year to year, or they're not relying on the commission for keeping them afloat when they need to use some other resources and levers. So that may be a topic for a future GPC, is what might be the policy that comes forward where we have an open solicitation for infrastructure and supporting our nonprofits. My only reference point in that regard is that the Rotary Foundation locally, when we offer monies, I've served on that in the past, it's for long-term projects, so that we can see that it will continue long after the initial funding source comes. So it's just something to think about, Mr. Manager, and perhaps I'll at some point make a motion, not today, to talk about development, or at least review and consideration of a funding source for sustainable project as opposed to programmatic and operational costs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the idea is that we'll spend this from our GCRA, correct, Mr. Manager? Okay. That seems like an appropriate place because it's within the boundaries, and it's about keeping part of that whole GCRA downtown area vibrant and functioning and continue to be a place where people come do business, they interact, go to a museum, go to art, go to culture. But I do want to point out that this is one of those examples of old buildings are very expensive, very, very expensive. And I think sometimes people say like, oh, you know, if the city cared more about historic preservation, they would just a little bit of money would magically do whatever. No, it's a lot of money to preserve something. There's just a carrying cost of all buildings, as we see even in your own home that you own. It's not just the mortgage. You have to start saving immediately. You have to start saving up for the roof, the AC, the this, the that, or you will be in trouble. And that's what we experience with a lot of the housing that goes downhill, is because someone could afford it originally, they couldn't afford the upkeep. Truthfully, they could not afford it. But that's also with commercial or nonprofit buildings. So I just want to bring it up that when I look at this list of potential repairs, which if you went to my house, you could also come up with a list of like, your windows are my windows are garbage, but I barely run the AC, so I'm okay
Commissioner,
with it.
I don't want to interrupt, but we're not going to fund your.
Yeah. My windows. But it does worry me a little bit that even though the AC is a more of a long-term thing, but is this a sustainable project overall? Does the community want this? Because it can't just be the city that wants this building. It's got to be a much larger community of people who enjoy it, who use it, who value it, because there's a lot of stuff to be done for the long term. And it has been X number of years since the original, hey, it's there, funds go in from lots of different sources, including the city, get it up to snuff to be this institution, and then it ages even as the museum, and now it's time for more updates. I do worry a little bit that the city alone can't probably do all this, because some of this stuff we are trying to do to the Thomas Center, we are trying to do, this physical building is getting older by the second. So some of that we're going to have to do on our own. Now, this is now a historic structure. It is well over 50 years old. I think it is over 60 years old.
Pushing it.
Right about 60, getting close to 60 years old. We have our own.
It was built the same year I was born, so let's not push it.
Okay. It's a spry 50.
There you go.
So we're gonna have to do some of that on our end. But I think it's well timed. But like going in the future to some of the conversation we've had, there's not a lot of extra going into the future in our city budget. We're gonna have to make some decisions, even this year's budget going into the future, depending on what property tax measures go forward, where the community is really gonna have to support a lot of the things they want to see in the community, the things that are most important to them, they're gonna have to support, and we're gonna have to cover more of the basics, which I feel like we've been constrained a little bit. But I want to start to, and I'm sure Commissioner Eastman would have a very similar talk about this, like what is sustainable from a city budget side. But if it sounds like the county commission is somewhat interested, and because we're spending from GCRA, which is largely a county source of money that comes to us and that we are allowed to spend, it makes me feel a little bit better. If the county had said, we're not interested, then I'd feel a little iffier. But then going forward, when we talk about extending GCRA, we need to be able to use these examples and say, county, if you want us to be able to do this, this is how we've been able to come forward and help. So that's what I have. I'll support this motion, but every group can't continue to come to it. There's not enough money to restore every church, every nonprofit, every interesting building, every private building. We can't own it all. We can't. Some of them we own because they're interesting and they might be useful to us, but we can't be the majority investor in everything. Sometimes it takes Keith Perry to go buy a building on Main Street and be the chief investor and save that building, which the city contributed just a little, 10,000, I think, just a little bit.
It was about 80.
Was it, why did I think one of them was 10,000? Okay, I'm thinking of something else. It was not the facade grant. 80,000. Thank you for correcting me. But we're not the majority on that, so just as a warning to lots of groups. But every time I've been to the Cotton Club Museum, love it. It's beautiful, hardwood floors. I'm sure there are dance troupes who love to dance on that because they do like hardwood as opposed to any of this man-made stuff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Just to follow up to what Commissioner Willis was saying, the Cotton Club started out as a collaborative between the University of Florida, Secretary of State's office. I believe you all got funding. Did you get funding from Tallahassee? Tallahassee, the community. And so it's been a pretty grounded community effort to bring it to this point. And so it's because we've all worked hand in hand in trying to get funding and trying to support them. I believe this is your first time coming to the city. This is your first time, and to the county. So they have made it a long ways without our support, and this was an opportunity for us to step up to the table to help them.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So the CRA did invest in the early days.
Okay,
But,
all right.
but it's been a while.
It's been a
good long
while,
while,
okay.
yes. Commissioner Engel.
No, I just wanted to say that I thought this was kind of a win-win for everybody, and that not only is this infrastructure that's actually going to do some capital projects that are they're going to help us out that needed to be done, but also I think it should take some pressure off of operating costs as well. You know, if you've been running an AC unit that's old enough to have its own driver's license, then you know those drive up costs, and being able to go in there, raise the sustainability of the building with modern equipment, I think should not only be a boon on the capital side, but also help it be easier to sustain going forward. So again, I think I'm very much in favor of this motion.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, or excuse me, Commissioner Engel. Just a few thoughts on some of this as we go. First of all, I want to remind everybody that in a very few days, on May 23rd, we'll be spending, I hope, as many of us as possible will be spending the better part of the day on that Saturday at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center for many different celebrations and remembrances for Florida Emancipation Day. And I hope that all of you will join me there on that day. And hopefully we'll have a nice, cool building by then, but I don't know. We'll see how quickly the contractors can get to work. I wanted to mention when we talk about funding various organizations and doing ad hoc work, we have kind of a tradition of that over the years. Every now and then an organization shows up and needs something. And one of the first ones that I was involved in was Working Food. City of Gainesville made a $75,000 investment in Working Food, and last night at the City Beautification Awards, we got to recognize the latest iterations of Working Food, which continues to thrive with a City Beautification Award. Often these sub-$100,000 investments in various organizations end up paying longer dividends for the community. Sometimes we're backstop, sometimes it's an emergency situation, and it is a thing that is not as uncommon as we might think. Having said that, with the budget circumstance that we're in, which is, we're used to this. It's not a new thing that we have a tight budget. We always have a tight budget. We'll always have a tight budget. But, and I absolutely support this motion, no worries at all. But I do want the rest of the community to hear me. For the remainder of this fiscal year, I'm not going to be able to support any new requests from the city. Doesn't mean you can't make them, but I'm not going to support any further requests this year, this fiscal year. And I would like to see us build in some processes, as Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Book have brought forward some ideas on, so that we can have a plan for how we do this. So if somebody needs something, as they will, there's a way for us to approach it that is not just how are we feeling on the dais at that moment, because that is not how we want to approach this going forward, I don't think. I certainly can't speak for everybody else, not asking everybody to make a statement on it, but that is where I am going forward from here for the remainder of this fiscal year. I want to talk briefly about historic preservation and the investments that the City of Gainesville has made and continues to make in historic preservation projects. I just listed off 10 buildings in the greater downtown area that the City of Gainesville over the years has made some kind of direct investment in, and some of them are actually owned, several are actually owned by the city of Gainesville, by the 151,000 people in our community. The Tench Building, the Depot Building at Depot Park, the Hippodrome Theater, the Bethel Gas Station, which now operates as a restaurant at the corner of Bodilly Plaza, the Historic Thomas Center, the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center, the Sun Center. We rarely remember and talk about the investments that the city of Gainesville and the county made through the CRA to make the Sun Center a thriving enterprise, which it continues to be, and it's one of the cornerstones of our downtown because the city of Gainesville made those investments. The Masonic Temple around the corner, South Main Station, the former Baird Center, we made investments through the CRA for that. The Siegel Building, we continue to make investments in that. Anybody who intimates that the city of Gainesville does not do historic preservation in a robust manner is not paying attention. We ought to talk more about the manner in which we do historic preservation in this community, because we have a tremendous amount to be proud of. And I want to continue those efforts, but I also think we should talk more about it so that people are aware of the level to which the city of Gainesville invests in the historic buildings that we have received through legacy and are stewards of at this point. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Khalid Blau.
Come on up, Mr. Blau.
Thank you. I feel happy that it looks like this is definitely going ahead. I'll wait to see the vote. And I want to mention, since it came up, Manye said that nurses carry out the doctor's medical plan. But nurses also do a separate nursing plan and carry out both of those sets and catch errors. And the more nurses are overloaded, the more you're cutting back that error catching step. But I want to talk about the things you've done lately to help organizations. Governor DeSantis did his aggression against arts and culture, and you helped the Hippodrome. Hartwood maybe undertook a major renovation without the total cost in hand, and you helped them. The Matheson, who knew a 170-year-old house would wear out? And the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center, I'm not going to get beat up by you, may have been shafted by an unscrupulous contractor who stuck them with inferior materials. So they definitely were forced into the position of this. And so out of those four, I wonder if the initial official reaction I heard about the request from Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center got the same reaction. I heard the initial reaction was, well, they should get donations. So I'm happy to see this go ahead, but I want to urge you to think about that first impulse really says priorities. So were these other three told, first of all, oh, go get donations, or were they quickly, willingly funded? Everyone should be treated the same. Thank you.
So I'll answer that, yes. Each one of them, we said, do you need private donations, private money flowing first? Every single one of those. And I welcome you to go back to the video on that. Because that's the way we should approach everything that is a private venture in the community. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that the motion also includes the recommendation for the 3 years of rental. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I think she's adding that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And it is Historic Preservation Month, so it's a well-timed
There you
as
go.
well.
Okay.
Could we flesh out the language? So it's 3 years of rental to the city.
4 times a year.
4 times a year. Thank you.
Once again, I would urge us to be very careful with that, so that we're not adding expense to the operations of the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center as we go. By the way, that list of 10 that I put out there, that is not exhaustive. There are several other projects that we've invested in over the years in historic preservation in downtown. I'm going to go to Commissioner Willits while we wait for that language. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that I do urge the Cotton Club Museum to go back to all their donors and all that kind of stuff. And the places that we have funded, just while I've been up here, each one of those executive directors and board members met in my office, and the first thing I did was start talking about their fundraising, to talk about what is your annual campaign, what is your structure, what is your during the Hippodrome there was a current state tax benefit for spending money in that fiscal year. For art, you could get a no sales tax, so they could move up their people buying tickets for the season up into the fiscal year, like extensive with them to be like, no, what do you do? How do you structure it? What are, all of that. But some of those things happened in the offices. I know probably everyone that met with, the first thing we say is, what's your normal fundraising? Is there something wrong with your fundraising? Do you have a fundraiser? What's the structure of your board raising? Most all of us do that anytime we talk to a charity that we even support with our own dollars. We say, what's your fundraising, system? So no, we did not single out the Cotton Club for that. I've asked every single nonprofit that's even wanted city funding, how they structure it. So yeah, but thank you for that. We do have those conversations. Some of them are behind closed doors where we go pick them apart and they look at us like we're crazy because they're like, why do you want to know all this stuff? Like, well, because are you doing your job? You are a fundraiser, you understand this.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
I think they may have some concerns about the 4 rentals to the city of Gainesville. I see Monier
Come on up, please.
is saying something about it.
Two issues. First of all, I do appreciate any suggestions on how to teach people to raise money when they have paid staff. We're all volunteers. We don't have that expertise, but if you want to offer it, I know somebody offers it for free. We will certainly we look into funding at all levels that we can afford to in terms of what we know and who we have to volunteer to do that. We do everything that we can to keep ourselves viable. So if you know of that source, we're open to it. And let me just get down to the real nitty-gritty here. Because when we talk about going to big pockets and asking big money, black folk, they don't give it to black folk like they give it to white folk. I just might as well tell you. Your friends are big-pocketed friends, maybe. Ours aren't. So when we're going out looking for big pockets, they get what they can. And I'm grateful for what we get. But we don't have the people who say, I will put in your coffer $50,000 a year. I want those people. Well, I'm open to those people. They just don't happen to be my neighbors and my friends. So I just wanted to make really clear. I just really think you should lay it all out. And that's where I want you to see us. We are doing. Heavens knows I'll be 88 years old. I'd rather be home. But I just love what I do. My board loves what it does. Now let me talk to the 3 offers a year. I just need you to clarify it in the motion. Is that 3 engagements that are free and 4 engagements that are free, and the parameters by which those engagements are being asked? Is that an all-day event or 3-hour event? I just need you to spell out that we'll have some input into that. It costs us to do that, so I need to know what we're putting in. How many events, up to what hours, and at our discretion on our calendar, because those would have to be the parameters by which, if you're early enough, you get there, but we couldn't guarantee that. So I just want to leave here clear, and so I thought that might help you with the motion.
Thank you, Monier. What do you think about adding, include 4 rentals to the city of Gainesville per year for 3 years to be negotiated between the manager's office and leadership?
Amen.
Let's add that line, yes.
And Mr. Mayor, that was definitely the intent, was we would work with you all. We may not even need to use all of those, but 100%. Yeah.
So we want you there. Yeah. At one time, we had the mayor's State of the City address there, and Mayor Pogue. We want you there. We want you to do anything you can that will fit our environment. So you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was one of the stipulations that we had with the previous one of these, which we did a few months ago, was the same Same concept. I want to address the fundraising briefly. I think, Commissioner Willis, what you were referring to was the question asked by public comment. Did we ask other folks to do fundraising as well? And I think what Commissioner Willis was conveying is that, yes, when a community group or some institution comes to us and says, we need some money, help us out, the reflex from the dais and in private offices is always, before we say yes, let's make sure that we can do the fundraising as well, that all of that is going on. So this is, the point was that this is not just something we're asking the Cotton Club to do, Museum and Cultural Center, but this is something that we had conversations with the Hippodrome about, and with Working Food, and with Bread of the Mighty. And matter of fact, with Bread of the Mighty, I even went to social medias and did videos. Hey, there's an issue going on here. We need everybody to dig deep. And had extensive conversations with folks at Heartwood about the same topic. If the city is going to invest, we also need the community to invest. And that was the response to a question from the public, I think was the point there. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this language is very, very prescriptive, and it may be a little hamstringing on the city manager's office also when it says for rentals for 3 years. And really what we're talking about is in-kind rentals over a maximum time of 3 years. So my thought might be just to consider, take out the 4 and say in-kind rentals over 3 years. We may have five events next year. We may have 2 in year 1, but it will allow the city manager and the Cotton Club and Cultural Center to determine what might be. At the moment, it's saying we're going to do 4 and they're going to be per year and it's going to be the next 3 years. I don't know. That's just something to think about.
I would say as many as if we're going to change this up anymore. But Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it may be a little. It's negotiated in there, so that's good. I think the limiting it to 4 is so that we don't require too much out of them in any one year for their calendar, just any of their resources. So I think this is actually good, so that if we don't need it, if we don't really have a use, want to use it once or twice a year, then great. The next year if we use it more, but I think that I like this so that we don't front load it or back load it. They have their own things they're doing. And so I like the idea of limiting stuff. If we find we don't particularly have a use, then that year goes by, that's fine, and we'll maybe do something the following year. So I actually like it in this structure. Not saying we will, but that should we have a good need and it fits and if everything works out, we want to have that opportunity to have 4 of those a year. I like this structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. I'll tell you who is more concerned about this motion than anybody is staff who are not here right now, trying to think of ways that they're going to have to come up with 8 events now per year that we have offsite in non-city buildings.
Should we say to include up to 4 rentals?
Sure, I mean,
Does that
that's your
help with
motion.
Yeah. Does that help to clarify it any more to say up to 4 rentals? Because you may not do 4 rentals.
Commissioner Book, what do you think?
Does that clarify further?
Yeah, and I'm fine, and that was a good point by Commissioner Willets. Regardless, hearing that the city manager is comfortable with it, I just want to make sure that within the motion there's as much flexibility to get to this value, and it doesn't restrain either the Cotton Club nor the city manager's office. So if this does that and the city manager is comfortable, then I'm comfortable with it.
Good, Mr. Manager? Okay. All right, I'd see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Eastman, Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Thank you all. Madam Clerk.
That concludes the morning agenda.
All right, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Gainesville City Commission meeting for Thursday, May 7th. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our Gainesville History Moment to be presented by Ms. Donna Waller.
Welcome.
Hi, all. How are you folks today? Good. As you know, I'm often surprised by what I find out when I do the history moments. And I have to say that this one was, in many ways, one of the most surprising ones. And I want to tell you how I happened on it, which was that I was at the Ani DeFranco concert at Heartwood, and I was congratulating you folks on your decision to keep my favorite music venue going. And then I realized that I really should be congratulating you on helping to preserve one of the oldest standing historic buildings in Gainesville. And you guys know how much I love that. So I went home and I thought, I'll talk about the Baird Center the next time I do a history moment. And surely I could do a whole one on just the center itself. But actually, I want to tell you about the birds, because if you don't know about them, they are some of Gainesville's first really eccentric citizens, and they helped to build downtown in a really remarkable way. So it was two brothers. Their names were Eberly and Emmett Baird. And in 1881, and no, I do not know yet how they happened to do this, they arrived out in the vicinity of Hague and started a lumber yard and crate factory in 1881. And they were from Indiana. And what brought them to The Hague is something I don't know yet. But they moved out there in 1881. And in 1890, Eberly decided to move into Gainesville. And he came into town and started a pretty modest hardware store. You folks probably know that Baird Hardware was still selling hardware when I moved to Gainesville in 1980. It closed in 1981, but it started out in the building that it was in 1980, which will now be part of the Streetery. And by 1900, by a decade later, it was the biggest hardware store in Florida. It was huge. And the Baird Center was its warehouse for the hardware store. In 1906, Eberly Baird bought what was then the Opera House, the building where there was an opera house on the second floor. And that's the building where Lillian's is today. So by about 1910, the Baird brothers owned pretty much the entire retail district adjacent to what was then known as Courthouse Square. And the real question is where the money came from. Okay. And the answer lies with the second brother, Emmett, who when Eberly moved to town, stayed out in The Hague and ran the sawmill and the business out there. And about a year after Eberly moved to town, that business burnt down. And Emmett Baird moved to town and started a crate factory here and went into business with his brother. But in short order, he came up with enough money to become a town banker and to, in fact, bankroll his brother's purchases of nearly all of downtown. So, how did that happen? Okay, so usually I stick to facts. This is half facts, okay? But some of it is pretty well documented. Okay. Emmett Baird rescued a homeless person who was living out in the woods by Hague. And that person gave him a map to what this guy said was some treasure that John Lafitte had buried over by Fowler's Bluff. Okay. Okay. So I know the map, and this much of the story is real, because Emmett Baird got together a huge work crew. There were people who dug for him. He went treasure hunting once he got that map. And one of the people on his work crew left a diary entry that said one day they found a box and Emmett Baird and his partner threw it in the back of their wagon and nobody ever saw them again. And Emmett Baird moved into Gainesville, said he had given up on the treasure, that he had decided it wasn't anywhere. And in short order, he built one of the most amazing, beautiful, historic mansions in Gainesville at 309 Southeast 7th Street. And everyone wondered where the money had come from. The Baird family lived in that house for 70 years. It was rumored that he had, in fact, found the treasure and that he had not spent it all, and that it is buried somewhere on the property of what is or was the Magnolia Plantation Inn, which is what was Emmett Baird's house. It's a beautiful, it's the only French Second Empire architecture in Gainesville. The house itself was built in 1885. And it's been renovated a bunch of times. Nobody ever found the treasure, but all of his contemporaries thought this story was real, and that is what bankrolled the Bairds to buy up all of downtown. And I'll doubtless have to find out more about this.
So I got to ask you this.
Okay.
The where Paperback Deli is located right now on First, in the mid to late 80s was a restaurant called Lafitte's.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if this is part of that.
It's part of that. That was his building.
Okay.
I mean, they owned the corner building, they owned the building where Lillian's is, and they owned the hardware
All the way
building
down there.
across Main Street. As I said, within about 3 years, these folks came up with enough money to buy up pretty much all of downtown. And everybody thought, maybe it was Lafitte's, maybe it wasn't, but everybody thought the money was a mystery. So
I am
there
going to
you
make
are.
up and tell a whole lot of stories based on what you just told us.
Oh, no, I found this out. I wanted to do 10 history moments. I'm sorry I kept you so long. And I'll have to go back to it because it's fascinating.
It is. Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor?
where is the box hidden now?
Okay.
Sorry.
Next to the gold buried underneath
There
the
you
city
go.
gates. We have early public comment, but nobody is currently signed up there. And so we're going to move on to general public comment. We have several folks, starting with Edward Doden, followed by Jacob Turner, Meg Niederhofer, and then Jim Conish.
All right. So while he's preparing there, I'll remind everyone that public comment is 3 minutes about things that are not on the agenda. We have a light system. If the green light is on, you have all the time in the world. You get to yellow, start winding down, and when you get to red, expect that I will ask you to try to wrap up. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Edward.
You may want to pull that up some. Yeah, there you go.
My name's Edward. I'm here on behalf of Graham. We are Gators at Remote Area Medical. We are the UF chapter of Remote Area Medical. Remote Area Medical was founded in 1985 by Stan Brock. We essentially go throughout the United States to host supported clinics. We essentially ask schools or recreation centers if we can take their space, come in with big semi-trailers full of medical equipment, dental x-rays, dental equipment, and we provide free health care for pretty much anyone. You don't need insurance, you don't need ID, you can be of any age. And we are hosting our first clinic in Gainesville. I volunteered at 5 so far, and I'm very happy to say that we're hosting as a community host here in Gainesville. And we are trying to raise awareness about it, let you guys know that it's happening. If you guys know anybody willing to volunteer, any physicians in your family or friends that are willing to volunteer, it would mean a lot to us. We are currently collecting donations. Our goal is $15,000. These donations go to funding laboratory testing for our patients, facility and custodial costs, travel support for our core volunteers that will be driving our trucks and bringing all this equipment to Gainesville, and also providing food and water for 200 to 250 volunteers that will be running this clinic. The clinic will be happening on July 11th and 12th, and we're going to be spending all of July 10th setting up. And it's going to be at Eastside High School. Some of the services we provide, I work in triage. I'm an EMT, so I also volunteer here. I volunteer for RAM. We provide medical care, so physical exams, primary care. Sometimes if we can get a dermatologist to come volunteer for us, we'll do derm and we'll do exams there. We also do dental work, so fillings, extractions, cleanings, and x-rays. Sometimes we bring our semi-trailer that does dentures as well. We 3D print dentures. We do vision care as well, so they can come in, do a full vision exam, and they can get glasses completely for free. All this is completely free of cost. It runs on donations. I love the work that RAM does. I'm more than proud and honored to be a part of this. Hopefully you guys get a little bit interested in it, look into it. If you guys have any questions for our chapter specifically and what we're doing to host RAM in Gainesville, you can reach out to us at gatorsforram@gmail.com. That is GATORS4RAM@gmail.com. You can also find us on Instagram at UFGram. And we're hoping that by us coming here and speaking to you all, we'll raise some awareness, put it on the radar for y'all. Hopefully we'll hear from y'all. Speak out to local businesses, let them know it's happening. And also, 60 Minutes, they did a segment on RAM recently. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Buck.
Yeah, that's significant, Mr. Mayor. I mean, my guess is you'll probably have people camping out for this event. I mean, the amount of people who would avail themselves of this services is outstanding. And if you haven't already done so, I would just make sure that you all get, since you're trying to get the word out, make sure you're on the Visit Gainesville site. They will post the event. And that one has a far-reaching, may have already been done. It looks like you all are pretty organized already, but if not, that's an additional one for you all to get out the event and the awareness.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Mr. Manager.
Before you run off, let me give you your contact information. We have a community health director, I think, who's familiar with the group, and we'll definitely put you all in touch. So anything we can do to support.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to Jacob Turner, followed by Meg Niederhofer, Jim Conish, and then Lee Scott.
Very good. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. Jacob Turner, Vice President at the Task Force for Ending Homelessness. We're your HUD and Florida Department of Children and Families Continuum of Care lead agency. And I'm here today to bring awareness to the importance of working collaboratively to keep families and children off our streets. We have recent data from the Alachua County School District reporting that more than 930 students leave the classroom each day without a stable place to call home, and that's unacceptable. Housing instability directly impacts attendance, educational continuity, academic performance, mental health, as we're in Mental Health Awareness Month here today, and long-term outcomes for these children. And when a child is homeless, it is the single greatest predictor of whether they will experience chronic homelessness as an adult. So we must act now. Last week, representatives from the Continuum of Care, these folks, some of them in the blue shirts who field calls from these mothers pleading for help every day, appeared before the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners, presented realistic data and current realities on children experiencing homelessness in Gainesville and Alachua County. And following that, the board unanimously voted and sent a letter to the school board. I believe this commission was copied on it, along with our Continuum of Care Board and the Children's Trust Board. And it requested three things. First, a convening of leadership from those entities to take a coordinated response to child and family homelessness, given that we all intersect with that issue. Second, that the convening includes a joint review of underutilized facilities taxpayers have already foot the bill for, many of which are sitting there underutilized or unutilized at all. And that we work to identify those facilities. The county included themselves and took accountability as well, that they'll do the same to better support children and students. And third, that we work to collaboratively improve our strategies. So let me be very clear. This is not about assigning responsibility. This is about sharing it. And no single agency, government, or entity can solve family homelessness alone, but together we can align our resources, facilities, and leadership to create practical solutions. Now, I must just say, I saw someone sent to me some recent public remarks made by certain school board members, and they were reprehensible. Specifically because I have not heard a single person request that schools become public homeless shelters. And as some board members falsely suggested that, I, for one, would not be in favor as such. Nor has anyone proposed abandoning the educational mission of the school district. The request made to the district by the Board of County Commissioners was straightforward and very reasonable. Come to the table and be part of the solution supporting your students. Equally concerning is rhetoric from school board members suggesting that communities do not want to see this situation. But let me be abundantly clear that student homelessness is fundamentally different than many of the other homeless and addiction challenges we experience in our community and across the country. So I beg your indulgence for just a few seconds to close. My hope is that the city of Gainesville will willingly participate in this effort, be at the planning table, and also look inward at city facilities. The reality is very simple, Mr. Mayor. These children's lives, their safety, and their futures are at risk, and they're impacted every single day that we delay our initiative to ensure that no child sleeps on our sidewalks or in our woods. So I'll remain here for a short period of time before my next obligation and welcome any questions. And I just want to thank you all for your leadership and your service to the community.
Very good. Thank you. So to the commission, if you all don't mind, I'm interested in taking action on this, but the way that we could do that is by moving member comment up to follow this item. If there's no objection to that, we can move member comment up to follow the public comment session.
It's fine with me.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, we'll adjust the agenda for that.
Yes,
and
Mr.
after
Mayor.
public comment, we'll have member comment and bring that forward. Okay.
All right, Meg Niederhofer, followed by Jim Conish, and then Lee Scott.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see all of you also. This morning, I took my dogs for a walk at Westside Park, which I don't often do, but I like to visit certain trees. And I was so amazed. I went past perhaps my favorite tree, which is a magnolia planted to honor Scott Ballard, who was the Gainesville Police Department officer who was killed in the line of duty, and it was tragic. And the city came together and they planted a magnolia, and I've heard his mother is on the police force now, and next time that tree blooms, I'm going to call her and tell her we need to take a look at it. The tree had a sign on it called Tree Quest, which I didn't know about, and it talks about the contribution of that tree in dispersing the water that falls in rain to prevent flooding, and also how much carbon it sequesters. So I thought, this is really great. And so I walked on and was to say hello to another of my favorite trees, which is right outside the Spurgeon Cherry Pool. It has one of those Tree Quest signs, thanking it for, or calling our attention to what it does. And this one was planted by John Mahan, the historian, in honor of River Phoenix. Hart Phoenix from the Peace Center had gotten in touch with him after River died, and he planted a Shumard oak. And so I was walking back to my vehicle, and I saw another Tree Quest sign, and this one was on a bluff oak. And one of the trees I'd said hello to earlier was a bluff oak we'd planted, and we always called it the Spurrier bluff oak, because we planted it on Arbor Day back in the 90s when the University of Florida football team was the champion, and they were always bluffing on the field. And so I'm grateful for the Tree Quest program and for the way trees are allowed to continue to grow. And I hope I see the Tree Quest signs on more of my favorite trees in town, because they do reflect the community's wish to honor what makes us human in Gainesville. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jim Connors?
Welcome, Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Hang on, just a moment. Commissioner Book.
This is very brief, Mr. Mayor, but since Ms. Anita Offer managed it, the officer is Scott Baird. He was killed over by Gainesville High School, hit by a batting cage that a car impacted in 2001. His mom is Kelly Goday, and she retired from Gainesville Police Department. She pursued her passion also, and she is one of the survivors that will be honored tonight, coincidentally, at the annual Law Enforcement Memorial. So I appreciate you recognizing. I'm sure she would appreciate you mentioning the tree planted in the Baird family honor.
Thank you. Mr. Connors.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Connors, I would like to have you consider working with me. As you know, I house approximately 30 people to the north, and I drop about $4,000 or $5,000 a month of GRU bills on them. And I'm here to tell you that our GRU bills have gone up for a variety of reasons. And they're going to be going up some more. Because Mr. Berlarski is jacking the fuel adjustment charge through the roof because his utility is getting very low on cash while he's trying to float $500 million in bonds, $350 to refinance, $150 of new money, meaning there will be essentially no debt deficits in the first 3 years of the authority. Since the utility belongs to the city, and since I know you're going to continue to struggle to regain control, I think you have a duty to use your staff to explain to the public what is in fact going on with their bills. Now, this tactic was used before when Nicole Shelley took the place of Marion Ranson, and GRU overcharged customers $32 million to mask the impact of the biomass PPA when it hit the bills through the fuel adjustment charge. Because the fuel adjustment charge is a misnomer. It's fuel and purchased power adjustment clause. It's very complex, and wholesale sales of electricity are in this charge. And it's not audited by anyone. The IOUs are audited by the Public Service Commission. And then there's been disputes about what belongs in there, like not gas fracking fields and pipelines and transmission lines. Very complex subject. But the main thing is, Berlarski does not have authority to do this. Because when the overcharge was noticed, there's an ordinance that says the GRU general manager has to go to the decision maker to raise it anymore once you're outside of a certain range. And this ordinance is still in effect. I'm sure Mr. Nee would confirm that, and they're just ignoring it because we have an unrepresentative, unqualified, disengaged authority, and we have Mr. Berlarski completely untethered, doing whatever he wants, and then personally spreading misinformation about his actions with the full support of the so-called authority who are armchair at best. I'm sorry it came to this. It wasn't the Conish bill. It was the Clemens bill. And I told Keith Perry, if this whole thing is a bust, they'll put on his tombstone, he raised our taxes. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, can
Yes,
you tell
yes,
me
sir.
the ordinance number? Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
any?
Mr. Book asked. It's ordinance 2728, electric system fuel and purchase power adjustment. And I would be glad to give a history moment that was a little bit more substantive and pertinent and explain to you how we went from the lowest electric bills in the state for decades to the highest electric bills in the state for now over a decade. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Conish.
Lee Scott.
Welcome, Mr. Scott.
Hello. My name is Lee Scott. I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Family Promise here in Gainesville. I'm here today to talk about family homelessness from a boots-on-the-ground perspective. Last year, Family Promise served 156 family members, 1,600 individuals. We currently have 47 families in stable housing. We have a 96% success rate on those families staying housed after 1 year. But we're far from where we need to be. Recent McKinney-Vento data indicates that more than 930 students in Alachua County leave the classroom every day without a stable place to call home. That number climbs to about 2,000 when you talk about folks on the verge or that don't meet the HUD definition of homelessness. So this is folks sleeping in hotels, in unstable situations, couch surfing, the folks that escape our data. Economic insecurity is the underpinnings of everything that we're talking about here today. Most of the folks we serve make about $14 to $16 an hour, single parents trying to take care of multiple kids. And you need to work 70 hours a week at $15 an hour to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in Gainesville. We never have a raging debate when we throw up another luxury student living apartment. They just go up. But we always seem to have a raging debate when it comes to affordable housing and social services. I fear we're just on the tip of the iceberg for how bad it's about to be. I'm really proud of how far we've come in Gainesville, thanks to you all, the county, on individual homelessness and justice-impacted people, 2 issues I've worked at for the last 10 years in my previous roles at Grace, Released Reentry, and Community Spring. But we've gone far too long neglecting the problem of family homelessness, and it's because it's not the folks that you see every day panhandling. It's folks living in their cars, folks that are sleeping in hotels. And I find it really sad that we have all the money and resources to detain people, but not to prevent the problem in the first place. We have 1,300 beds at the jail, 150 at the individual shelter, but 0 family shelter beds in Gainesville. I care deeply about these issues because I've experienced them myself. I'm a lifelong Gainesville resident. I was a single dad when I was 18 and had to navigate these resources. I met my wife and daughter. We had our daughter, and I was on the radio here in Gainesville for a long time. Unfortunately, my wife and daughter passed away, and I had to navigate all these systems again as a single dad. And I can tell you how disheartening it is to stand in long lines and feel othered, getting bottom of the barrel healthcare and social services. And that's why I find the recent remarks by one school board member troubling, because as long as we keep othering people, then it makes it incredibly difficult to do our job. When we care more about likes in the Alachua Chronicle comment section than we do the children we're serving, then we're a far leap from where we need to be. So I'm here to ask the city first to convene leadership from the school board district, Alachua County Continuum of Care, the City of Gainesville, and the Children's Trust to develop a coordinated response to child and family homelessness. Second, that this convening include a joint review of underutilized county and city and school board facilities. And third, that participating entities work collaboratively to implement strategies that improve access to services. Together, we can make this the Gainesville that we advertise it to be. The Gainesville that the UF students experience is the same Gainesville that folks on the east side and the working class should experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. So I would quibble with only one thing, is that we do always have a raging debate every time anything gets built. So, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to member comment.
Very good. If you all will allow just a moment, I'll give you a little background on conversations that I have had that have not brought to the commission level because I wanted to see where they would go otherwise first. When it was announced that Stephen Foster Elementary School would close, I had conversations with folks from Family Promise and with other folks in the community who do the hard work of trying to help as many people as possible get housed who don't have housing, and talked with entirely separately some members of the Board of County Commissioners, and a couple of members of the school board, again, separately. There's no sunshine issues here. And everyone that I spoke with thought that it might be an interesting idea, since Stephen Foster Elementary was apparently going to be entirely vacated, to discuss whether or not a family resource center might be housed there. This is following our conversation at the joint meeting with the county a couple months ago about literacy programs and all that sort of thing. And it occurred to me that it might be an opportunity to house a literacy program, maybe some medical programs, as well as some transitional opportunities for homeless families who, again, through the Family Promise program, go through very quickly. It's not an issue of housing people forever, but empty classrooms, elementary classrooms, often have plumbing. And I had experience with Family Promise's previous iteration as the Interfaith Hospitality Network many years ago when they were housing folks transitionally in local churches. The church I'm a part of was part of that program, and we would have families, 2 or 3 at a time, living in Sunday school classrooms, which are very much like Alachua County elementary school classrooms. And it seemed to work very well. COVID came along and changed all of that, and IHN and Family Promise changed the model to a current very different model. And I don't claim credit for the idea, but it occurred to a lot of people simultaneously that, hey, Stephen Foster is on bus routes, it's near shopping, you can in many cases get to work from temporary housing at that address. I have zero interest in trying to force the school board to do anything with their property. I am interested in knowing, as mayor, what their plan for that property is and how that affects our community from a transportation basis, as well as a variety of other things. And in the process, hey, maybe this is something we could talk to their neighbors about in that community. That doesn't seem to have been well received by some folks at the school board. I am not trying to start a fight. You may have seen in the news that Commissioner Cornell at the County Commission has very positive thoughts about some of these ideas. The truth is, whether Stephen Foster is the right place or not, we as a community have done a much better job over the last 10, 15 years of housing houseless individuals and sheltering houseless individuals. It's not perfect, but it's a whole lot better than it was when there were tent cities, large tent cities near downtown, and there were 100 people a night sleeping on Bo Diddley Plaza. We have made progress in that venue. We have continued to not see family homelessness, to pretend that there aren't folks sleeping, families sleeping in their cars, because families sleeping in their cars and families in tents for very specific reasons are hard to see. They're not standing on the street corner asking for money. They're not the picture that pops up in all our minds when we use the word homeless. But they are among the most vulnerable folks in our community, and we know that there are a minimum of 900 to 1,000 children in our county who don't have a stable place to sleep tonight. That can no longer be acceptable, in my opinion. I apologize for not having made this a priority 9 years ago when I first came on the city commission. But it is in front of us now, and I'm saying this so that we cannot ignore it. The county commission got out in front of it a couple weeks ago. I don't know where this goes, but I will tell you again, as I've said many, many times, if we as a community count on the city of Gainesville and Alachua County or any other individual institution to solve homelessness, we will all be disappointed all the time. It requires every institution in our community joining hands and doing this work together. Whether we have a statutory responsibility or not, institutions in our community are going to have to work together if we're going to do something with this. Maybe Stephen Foster isn't the right solution, but we have a responsibility, I believe, as one of the institutions in this community to no longer ignore family homelessness basically the way that we have. I don't know the right approach from here, but I appreciate the continuum of care and Family Promise bringing this to our lectern so that we can't ignore it. And by the way, I didn't talk to either of them before they came here today, but it's a great opportunity to be able to coordinate those comments. I am more than happy, if so directed, to send a similar letter as the one that Chair Cornell sent to the school board with those same points, if you all wanted to direct me to do that. And I won't say any more for now. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I think that we would definitely like to direct you to send that letter. I would also, in sending that letter, maybe someone should facilitate bringing the community groups together. Some years ago, the Junior League, many years ago, also tried to start a family resource center. Perhaps going back in your letter, if you could get the Junior League, the school board, the Barzella.
Oh, the Community Foundation.
Community
yes.
Foundation. Get those groups together to come join us at the table. Maybe the school board would be urged to use that facility. So I would move that we instruct the mayor to send a letter to the county commission and school board enlisting their support in using Stephen Foster Elementary School as a family resource center site. What do you want to say?
With the same items that were in
that was in the letter from Chair Cornell.
Okay. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. There was, by the way, a couple of months ago, I think the Continuum of Care coordinated a kind of a symposium at the Blunt Center about family homelessness. And I was present for much of that. I know others were as well. And some of these conversations came from that day. So, all right, Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, sorry. So on this topic of, I don't really know what a family resource center does. I have some ideas. I've learned once, but that may have been 20 years ago versus now what they do or what the specific need in our community is. But the idea that sometimes when you have a building and you have a lot of people interested in helping, what that means particularly for the students of Alachua County Public Schools, whatever it is. If it's that on the weekend, they need a place that daycare can happen, that is safe, so parents can go work on the weekends or whatever, or if it's after school, before school, all those kinds of things that are unique to homeless families in particular. I support that idea of asking the school board just, is there some possibility? But it's asking the whole community, all these partners, is there something that work out? Because if they say, that's not what we need right now versus, yes, we do need it. We're not the experts, but at the city, we do represent 150,000 people who are concerned about the children, the students, and all of our homeless neighbors. So, related to this, I just wanted to mention, like, part of our long-term thinking and planning, zoning, land use, is that we are a community with a lot of college students. And 30 years ago, when private developers started building 4-4 apartments and 3-3 apartments, that means we no longer have a whole generation of what should be 30-year-old 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartments that maybe a family can find affordable rent and, temporarily live in or long-term. It's a tight fit, but instead there are 4-4s where they're being rented out by the room, and they're not going to rent out and put a whole family or a mom and 2 kids in one bedroom of a 4-4. That's not the right. So part of what we see with university, development is that 4-4s and 3-3s. I worry that we have too many 4-4 housing units in the city because a family cannot afford a 4-4, and who are they going to live with, partner with? As I always say, even if you had a large family, would you want to clean 4 toilets or fix 4 leaking toilets in your, So I worry about the 4-4s. I don't know what that means for long term. There are things in our building code that allow well into the future more options for 3-bedroom apartments, or that continue to empower 2-bedroom apartments as opposed to the 4-4. If there are ways, probably some of that is the missing middle housing that I think we lack in the city. So just put that on. Every time we talk about homelessness, often they need a 1-bedroom, but when it comes to families, they need affordable 2 and 3 bedrooms. So just remind us that the private developers want to build 4-4s for lots of different reasons. We're about to hear from one of them this afternoon that I think part of their model has been, 4-4s or just larger multi-bedroom units. If not this one, that's what we've experienced. So just bring it up as another, if 30 years ago we had built nothing but 2-1 apartments in this community, there'd be a lot more spaces that potentially families could live in. Not the best situation, but temporarily. But there's no way they can rent one room in a 4-4 by the bedroom rental place. So, but I will support this motion to just start those conversations. And I agree that some of the rhetoric can be unhelpful. We're just trying to think and help and figure out the same way. If the school board wants to come to us and ask for, I don't know, better access to rebuild a stadium, we work with them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would say that there is a much greater priority on family and youth houselessness than, for example, single male, because we already have a number of wraparound and supportive services and existing bed space for the single males, although that's important also. What you said, Commissioner Chestnut, is where I would start is, it can't be 3 government entities, obviously, that take the lion's share of all the efforts, because it's not designed to support over time. So a suggestion, it's probably already being done, is to get those nonprofit partners together and something like the Community Foundation North Central Florida to see if that could be a piece of the conversation, because that's long-term progress and long-term efforts by people who will be very passionate about helping. I did have a couple of questions. I wasn't sure who might be able to answer this, and if not today, another is, so we did have that housing summit just a little bit ago at the Blunt Center. Was there a final report there that kind of informed some of our efforts going forward that has led to this?
Please, come on up, man.
With the mayor's indulgence, Commissioner Book, thank you for your question. Jacob Torner, Task Force for Ending Homelessness. There was a debriefing with the planning committee members, which includes many of those nonprofit organizations, members from Gainesville Fire Rescue, Alachua County Sheriff's Office, and others who came together. We debriefed those facilitators who led those strategy workshops, provided the summaries, and we have a tangible list of around 18 recommendations that are all assigned on a strategic plan to different committees and work groups and agencies in our community. This is one of those.
Outstanding. Let's reshare that, and let's reshare that with members of the commission, because that's already going to help us inform going forward. As it relates to the continuum of care, I have a fairly good understanding of what they do and the services, and get someone, for example, from transitional to supportive to permanent housing. We know it. And there's emergency and exigent housing. How are we working as far as the continuum of care and overlapping with what we're speaking about in the letter provided by the county commission?
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, the continuum of care has a number of areas that we focus on, from governance and policy to strategy and the actual services that take place. And so this year that we're in now, the current fiscal year, 9 community partners received a record amount of funding awards to address homeless families and homeless individuals. And we continue just this afternoon. We're heading from here to a meeting at United Way of North Central Florida with representatives on our board from Alachua County, Santa Fe College, Mr. Mann from the city of Gainesville, and others to work on furthering our strategic plan and executing upon it.
That's really good. I think you all had distributed that press release to us when you provided basically a record amount of support to the organizations you're talking about, so that's appreciated. Mr. Mayor, you did reference, wanting to do something 9 years prior. So I will say that the last few years we have invested. I mean, this is a good way. It's not solving, but the city and the county are putting their money where their mouth is. This is a good thing. Millions of dollars, not thousands, not hundreds. And these are through the housing programs, the supportive services, Grace Marketplace. Mr. Mann has led a lot of these efforts as on behalf of the city manager's office. So I feel like it's important to understand that we're doing more than almost anyone in the entire region that I'm aware of. Does not mean that we can't do more, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't prioritize families that are houses. It just means I don't want people to get the impression that we've not pulled a lot of levers to support many things that would reduce homelessness in our community, and that's well beyond the 10-year plan of the Homeless Coalition. I served on that a long, long time ago, so I think that's important. And Mr. Manager, assuming that the motion will go forward, and there's 4 of us here, I'm not going to see any opposition, and I would doubt the 3 other people that are not here with us today would oppose us getting together to see what's the gaps. We would want to know what the gaps are. But it would be important in those efforts to also say, what are we currently doing? To have the reports from the government entities, what are we all doing? Because we're all doing, and even from a standpoint, if you all are able to provide the data, assuming that the motion goes forward and we meet, what are the other counties doing around us? We need that information. What's Levy and Putnam and Gilchrist and Bradford and Baker doing? Because we want to support everything we can, but we also don't want to bring people in and dilute the impact that we can for the people that are in Alachua County. So I would just urge that, assuming we move forward, and I'm certain we're going to, is we're going to need that data. Is what are the surrounding regional areas and counties doing? I know we're doing the most in Alachua County, and that might help us perhaps reach out to other partners in the North Central Florida region so they can do their part also. Just some comments. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, and to your group for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So I want to be careful with a couple of things. I want to say we just had a budget meeting on Tuesday. I completely recognize the constraints that we must work within, and I'm not sure what support the city of Gainesville will be able to offer. But convening authority is something, and there are opportunities where I'm sure that the city can be a part of the beginning of a solution here. I also want to say to folks who are working primarily, if not exclusively, on individual homelessness, I am not interested in cutting the aid that we provide for individual homelessness. That will have then repercussions. If we were to cut that, there are repercussions that we would end up spending more money through other departments. So I don't want anybody to worry where my vote is on that. But we're at a point where something must be accomplished. When we're looking at pushing a minimum of 1,000 children without access to good housing in this community, to knowing where they're going to sleep tonight, we have to begin to act. So hopefully this is, one of the initial steps for our community to do exactly that.
Thank you. I think instead of the Community Resource Center, I believe we want to say Family
Yes.
Resource Center.
Commissioner Book?
And I just had a quick question. So I was looking at the letter they provided, but they didn't mention at all any specific school in the letter and stuff. That may have been obviously something you informed us, Mr. Mayor, from some of your conversations. They just talked about reviewing facilities to better serve students and families experiencing homelessness. And I wonder, are we at a point today where we say, oh, no, we're talking about that particular center? I don't know. It's definitely not in this letter.
I would be comfortable just ending it at letter, at the county letter. But it's your motion.
You want to take a look?
Yeah.
Commissioner?
I would agree with you.
Okay.
Because I can't see out
I agree with that.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, just as a period at the end of the word letter. There you go. All right. I don't see any lights, so do we want to have any public comment on this? Do not feel like you have to speak on this. Just if you have something to add to it, please come on up. But I think this is fairly straightforward.
Should we just say what it's in regards to?
Yes.
Direct the mayor to send a letter to the Alachua County Board of Commissioners and the Alachua County School Board with the same points. Correct. Family homelessness. Family, what did they say? Family and youth homelessness.
And before we call for a vote here, I do want to once again say, I'm not looking to think for the school board, but the school board needs to be a part of the discussion. Every institution in our community needs to be a part of the discussion, or we will continue to be disappointed. So that's just the reality of it. All right, so we're good with what's on screen? Anybody? Okay. I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Eastman, Duncan Walker, and Engel absent. Do we have any other member comment? Okay, let's move on. Yes.
Real quick, I know this is not related to this, but Ms. Niederhofer mentioned the Tree Quest. That's actually a partnership between the University of Florida and our forestry team.
Great.
And so you have to see them around. Know that it's between the UF and our forestry team. They're really neat. They're all kind of all over the place. There's some of the Thomas Center I saw the other day, and so if y'all want any more information, just reach out.
When did we start doing that?
I don't know when it started, but I think they've been putting some of the flyers on the trees more recently, because I think the one I saw had popped up about maybe 2-3 weeks ago or so. So, okay. But like I said, I'll get a little bit more information. I can kind of give you guys a brief.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to discussion items for the afternoon. 2026-303, appointment to the Development Review Board with a recommendation the City Commission discuss an application received for appointment to the Development Review Board and take action deemed necessary. You all should have in front of you the Development Review Board ballot and the application by Cheyenne Lucander. She is in the audience.
Ms. Lucander, would you like to come talk to us about this? Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize, I'm not really on my A game. I was up till 3 a.m. at UF Animal Hospital with a sick kitten, but I've been in Gainesville for 3.5 years. I moved here right after getting my bachelor's degree in public health. I have had the opportunity to serve in the community as a tutor at Santa Fe, and also I work as a child care nanny. I recently, developed an interest in city planning, and thus I have began studying at UF for urban and regional planning. I I feel like I've gotten to know the city well, and I really appreciate what the city is working on largely, and I like the direction that we're going in. It's been my favorite place to live that I've ever lived so far, and I hope to stay here for some time. I'm definitely going to be learning. I'm not a developer, I'm not a real estate agent, architect, but I am getting my master's degree, so at least there's that. And I know that I'm going to be humbled probably by my experience in the Development Review Board if that is offered to me. I will say that despite the fact that I am still learning and, getting a grip on everything that happens, I'm definitely guided by like equity and justice and wanting to make the city a better place for everyone, not just the students, even though I am a student. I think that's kind of an overview. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Commissioner Willis.
So you started your program this spring. How long is the program? So roughly we understand.
It's about 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like 42 hours or?
52.
52, good Lord. That's a lot if you're taking it 6 or 9 hours at a time.
Yeah, we're pretty settled in the city though, me and my fiance, so we'll probably be here for some time.
Great to hear. And then real quick, a question for city staff. We have 3 or 4 that are terming out at the end of this year in November, is that right? We have 3, and can they reapply at that point? They can.
I believe so. We do have some boards that have term limits. I'm unsure if the Development Review Board is one of those, but typically they have at least 2 terms that they can do. So if they haven't used that second term, they can do that. They can absolutely reapply.
Okay, because kind of the turnover, if we have 3 that are coming up, currently have 2 vacancies. This is 1 application for a vacancy for a term that ends in 2027. So I'm just trying to think ahead a little bit about why.
Any help to get the word out about vacancies on the advisory boards?
Yes.
We try to get out there as much as we can.
I do think that Ms. LaCandy, you would enjoy this, and that it will be a learning experience, but also that it's vitally important, and it's as part of our process in the city. With that, I move that we appoint Ms. LaCander to this open vacancy ending November 1st, 2027.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
Okay. I see no for the lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Eastman, Duncan Walker, and Engel absent. Congratulations. Well,
Thank you.
And one more point to the question that was asked, that any board member that has not been replaced or reappointed can serve in their position until that happens. So there should not be any disruption or loss of institutional knowledge until we start making appointments or reappointments.
Perfect.
all right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our first reading of ordinances. We have ordinance number 2026-165, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to Article 2, Section 2.04, titled Election of Terms of Charter Laws of the City of Gainesville, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at the November 3rd, 2026 election, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Mr. Attorney, a question, then I may ask you to give us some information on this. Just my understanding is that for final adoption, we need a minimum of 5, or is it 6 votes?
I think it's 5. Under your charter, to propose a referendum to the electorate to amend the charter, you need a 4/5 majority, which is going to translate into 5 of your members. Wait, 4. That's 6.
I think it's 6.
Yeah, we've done this before. 6.
Yeah, it's 6. Yeah.
You do 6. Now,
But
that's for final adoption.
Right, but for first reading, a simple majority is enough.
You're here today on first reading. This simple majority of a quorum should carry you forward to your second reading, at which time you'd have to have the 6 votes, affirmative votes, to pass it, place it on the ballot.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about the ordinance itself? Or okay, is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Book.
not specific to the ordinance itself, but Mr. Attorney, we had talked when we had some discussion about filling vacancies, is, you know, how this matches up against other municipalities and what they do with vacancies. Can you kind of provide us any context for what others do with this process?
Yeah, absolutely. When this matter came up several years ago, we talked about it then, and more recently when it came up, we did a sort of a survey of a bunch of other Florida municipalities. Generally, this is consistent with how this proposed change would be consistent with how other municipalities, certainly municipalities of our size, would fill vacancies. And it's reflective of how complex it's become to hold elections. It's a much more lengthy and expensive process than it was decades ago, where it was easy to say, we'll just call a special election and fill those vacancies. What you have currently in your charter is a provision that says if the vacancy is less than 6 months till the next election, then the remaining members can vote to fill the vacancy. But if it's more than 6 months, you would call an election to be held as expeditiously as possible. Well, as expeditiously as possible or as practicable isn't that quick when it comes to the requirements that are placed upon elections and the expenses associated with it. You know, we have elections every 2 years. So what we've tried to do is propose a solution where that if a vacancy occurs for any reason, that the remaining members of the commission, all members that were elected by our members of our community, could then appoint a qualified person to serve until the next election, meaning to serve the final part of a term or the first part of a term, and then have an election for a partial term for the end of that term, so we stay on schedule. And what that will do is ensure that the appointment process is made in the open at a meeting with all the members of the commission, and that there will be the opportunity for the members of the public to come in an orderly fashion at an election. The part we were careful about was to recognize that when you moved your elections to the fall, there's a longer period after qualifying before the election. Qualifying, I think, is in June. Elections are in October. Runoffs, if necessary, in early November. So we wanted to make sure that there was enough time. I think we settled on 6 weeks. So if the vacancy occurs prior to 6 weeks before let me double check that's the time we settled on the proposal here, before the qualifying date, then it would go on the next election. If it's after that date, then we would, 6 weeks. Then if it's after that date, then the idea is that there's not a fair time for interested candidates to organize and get qualified to be on that next ballot, so the appointment would go until the following election after that. In any event, you're not going to have more than 2 years and a few months of an appointed member as opposed to an elected member. But yeah, your question was, what do other municipalities do? They're consistent with it being appointed by the remaining members of the commission. That's generally the way.
Yeah, I mean, what I hear you say is it's an operational and practical consideration that we hope we never have to use, but it kind of addresses that. So thank you for that that context.
And Mr. Mayor, I think in the last 25 years I can speak to, we had one vacancy due to a resignation that was early in term, and we had another vacancy, so a special election was called in that case, and for the rest of that term, and we had only one other vacancy, which was within 6 months of the end of the term, so the commission appointed that replacement. So thankfully it hasn't been a common occurrence in the past, but you want to be prepared in the event that it happens in the future.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the case of, I think it's the early term vacancy that would necessitate not a special election, but an election for the remaining 2 years of the term. If that person wins in August, a head-to-head, or they get 50%, when are they immediately on the commission? Are they sworn in the next day, in essence? Because it is the term, the vacant term is vacant that day, or like, how does that work?
that level of detail is not put in the charter, but once that election is certified, I think then it would be the opportunity for the commission to go ahead and swear that person in as soon as practicable, just to fill that vacancy.
Okay, so,
And the appointed one would serve until that successor was sworn in.
okay, that helps me understand. Okay,
Yeah, now, as a practical matter, generally, the swearing in is the first meeting in January after an election. That's going to be a practice that the commission will have to determine how they want to proceed.
yeah, that's my
You want to
question.
stay on that same pattern, or I think you'd have the flexibility to determine how you want to do that.
Because, yeah, so I guess I still have a big question. Do they have to wait until January? The person newly elected could be the same person, right? But do they have to wait until January or on August, or let's say September 1st, right? Give a couple days for transition, September 1st. That new person would then fill 2 years plus a couple. Or is it really, as written, that they fill the 2 years from January 5th to January 5th?
Yeah, the proposed amendment doesn't get into that detail. If you'd like it to, we could drive that home.
Well, it does say the elected successor shall serve for the final 2 years. And swearing in anybody before the first week of January would suggest it's more than 2 years.
Right.
So are we bound by that? Because we say the final 2 years versus the remaining term, the remaining time period of that.
Remainder of the term.
The remainder of the term. Because I will say my general preference is once you have an election in August, we've decided that person, get them in there immediately. Because it is the appointed person is serving in a vacant term. I just don't know the legality of, is that still a vacant term because they were not elected to it? And so can we just appoint them, or rather, they win their election, and can we swear them in on, let's say, September 1st, or let's say they win in November, can we swear them in the 15th, as soon as it's certified? And so I've got some, will this allow us some flexibility, or does this need to be changed if we so want to ask the voters which way they want it?
Yeah, I think as it's written, you would have that flexibility. If you want for it to be more certainty, then give us that direction, and that's a change we can make before the second reading, and then make it clear that, for example, an election that's held to fill a vacancy in a midterm, the prevailing candidate would be sworn in the first meeting after the election is certified, after the election, or runoff if necessary certified. We could put that language in there, or we can make it clear that they'd be sworn in on the first meeting in January, as with any other candidates elected to full terms during that election. So I think that it's a simple sentence or two we could add to that early interim vacancy provision that would make that absolutely clear. So if you want that clarity in the charter, give us that direction, give us an idea of which way you'd prefer to go, and we'll make that happen prior to it coming back to you for second reading.
I think that's my preference, but I'm glad to hear other people's preferences. And then the last question is just for the clerk, the 6-week deadline before commencement of qualifying. When is the current deadline for petition submission compared to the beginning of the commencement of qualifying?
It's about a month prior. So this year, our qualifying starts on June 8th, and the petitions will be due May 11th.
Okay, so that's about 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So theoretically, someone could whip together 2 weeks, collect their petitions. Theoretically.
Indeed.
At the absolutely, okay, so it is theoretically possible. I just wanted to ask that, so it still leaves it as a possibility. Okay, so I will say my preference is that we would get a little more information in here, just because this last go around, when people elected in August, but they don't come in until January, that is a long period of time for a winning candidate to not be on. But it doesn't. I don't think it makes as much sense to me if we're truly filling a vacancy to let the appointee go all the way through, as opposed to the elected voice, of the people. So that's my preference, but I'm glad to hear my colleagues, and then maybe some of the community between now and second reading.
And Mr. Mayor, an alternative if the board wishes, would be to not have the separate provision for early term vacancy replacements and just have the appointment made for the remainder of the vacant term. If you wanted things absolutely simple, then you just run the risk then of having an appointed member of your body that would be appointed for 3.5 years or so, which that was, I think, what we were trying to avoid, thinking that wouldn't be as appealing to you, but in terms of simplicity, maybe it is.
Definitely that'd be more simple, but I don't think that's definitely what I didn't like, and I think people like the idea of Congress has a pretty good system of electing replacements. Though some people have to run 3 months apart, but way more quickly you're represented by someone that you voted for in those situations. So that's my preference. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. We already called for public comment, right?
No, I don't believe we did.
Is there any public comment on that?
We do not.
Okay, all right. So does anybody want to make a motion with a change, or Commissioner Willits?
I think it'd be hard to change this on the spot to put it in for first reading, but I'm interested in a second reading. But how do any of y'all feel about do you want to go as it is, so that someone elected to fill the second one, particularly in an August election, the November runoff less so, but in August, that the commission would be sitting with that appointed person for another 3.5 months or so. 3 months, 4 months, 4.5 months? Mm-hmm. Trying to do the math on that. Yeah. You remember, right? or no, yours was a runoff as well. We were both runoff. But it is a long period of time. So if everyone has a different opinion, thanks.
No, I think your discussion is right. If you have someone appointed, but then you've just elected somebody, then the people have said, this person should take office, and we have decided they should be in office. So it's probably something like, as soon as practical, or I would say, Commissioner Willits, is perhaps there's language in these other cities also that address that very specific nuance. If not, but bring back something that puts that person in office based on the will of the people who voted him in office. So any motion that would be along that line, I think, would be prudent with that slight clarification in codification in the ordinance.
Mr. Attorney, are you good with that, or do you need us to create specific language?
I think that's fine. We'll bring back language that shows that for the midterm, the early in term vacancies that are filled by appointment, that the successor will be sworn in at the regular or special meeting of the City Commission subsequent to the certification of the general or runoff election if required.
And then serve the remaining, not the 2 years.
Serve the remaining portion of the term.
Okay. Commissioner Willits.
I move adoption of this ordinance on first reading as amended. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We've already called for public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
It's a roll
No, it's a
call.
roll call, you're right, yes.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman is absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Eastman, Duncan Walker, and Engel absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, if you give me one moment to catch up. And that was Commissioner Chestnut as second?
Yes.
Okay. And we moved commission comments, so that concludes the afternoon agenda. No, we have, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys out there. Okay. Again, trying to, we move things around. All right. Ordinance number 2026-140, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to vacate, abandon, and close certain portions of the public right-of-way along the western boundary of tax parcel located at 1542 West University Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Chan.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Nate Chan with Sustainable Development. This is petition LD 25-000154, the Portman University Avenue right-of-way vacation. This piece of right-of-way is located approximately 10 feet behind the sidewalk that you see here in the picture at 1542 West University Avenue. So just looking at the edge here of the sidewalk and 10 feet back from that. So it doesn't actually include any part of the roadway there, but it's that 10 feet behind the sidewalk. And I'll show a little bit of that in the presentation. So again, it's a 10-foot piece of right-of-way west of 1542 West University Avenue. It's approximately 0.06 acres in size and adjacent to this parcel here that is currently vacant. The adjacent zoning for that is planned development, and the adjacent future land use category is planned use district. It was historically used as part of the adjacent parcel's development, but again is otherwise vacant. So the request today is to vacate this 0.06 acre 10-foot strip of right-of-way along the western boundary of the parcel at 1542 West University Avenue. So here is the area. The subject piece of right-of-way is the west side of the parcel, and it is east of Northwest 16th Street. Here you can see University Avenue. It is across from Library West and the University of Florida main campus. And here are some of the other notable developments around the subject piece of right-of-way. So just taking a closer look at the legal description and sketch, here you have University Avenue on the south again, Northwest 16th Street to the west, and then Northwest 15th Terrace to the east of the parcel. Again, it's a 10-foot strip and is approximately 2,538 square feet in size, so it's rather a small strip of land. This area does not contain any sidewalk or vehicular right-of-way, and vacation of this 10-foot strip of right-of-way will not adversely impact any safety of pedestrians or vehicular traffic. So as part of the right-of-way vacation, the application must meet the review criteria in section 30-3.41 of the Land Development Code. Staff has reviewed the right-of-way vacation application against these criteria and found that it meets the right-of-way vacation criteria. The right-of-way vacation criteria really speaks to whether the right-of-way is serving a public purpose, or if it is, serving adjacent property owners in access or any other sort of way. So you'll see here in criteria 1 and then the following letters in criteria 2, it's speaking to those two specific things. After review of the criteria and the application, found that it meets it. The vacation of the right-of-way is in the public interest in that it supports redevelopment of the site and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Additionally, vacation of the right-of-way won't deny any access to private property and doesn't affect public safety negatively. Criteria 2, you can see that it really is trying to speak to improved streets that have more access. Of course, is just a strip that doesn't necessarily speak to that. So criteria 2 here does not apply in that it's not an improved street. So staff recommendation today is approval of LD 25-000154, the Portman University Avenue right-of-way vacation. At their February meeting, the City Plan Board also approved or recommended approval of the right-of-way vacation. The applicant is here with a presentation, and I'm here for any questions that you have.
Very good, thank you. Applicant. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Madam Clerk, Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Manager, Jerry Diedenbach, NV5. We are here basically because there was a construction error about 6.5 decades ago, and 120 some years ago, there was a plat that didn't align quite so much. So just to let you know, this is a quasi-judicial action. Our first meeting with the City of Gainesville is the first step on June 26th of 2025. We held a neighborhood workshop, advertised. Applications have been submitted and reviewed with staff and coordinated with the City Attorney's Office upstairs. I have a little bit easier presentation, and as staff has stated, the public does not currently benefit from this right-of-way strip here because it is inside the parcel of land here. To show you exactly what we're talking about, I've prepared this slide here that shows you a view from University Avenue looking north, and you can see the former foundation of this Burger King right here. The right-of-way area is there. So it is east of the public sidewalk, which we will be, in the course of our project, reconstructing everything from back of curb to the front of the future building. But because this has been here for 125 years, Mr. McDermott upstairs stated that it is in the best interest to do this through this process and actually vacate this small strip here. It was offered as right-of-way. It has never been part of the city's public sidewalk system, roadway system. There are no utilities in that area. In fact, from our utility survey, and you can see some of the infrastructure here, the utilities actually run out here in the public sidewalk. We will be relocating portions of those and putting easements over those in the future in favor of Gainesville Regional Utilities when this is all rebuilt. But this strip here that extends from University Avenue north, it actually goes into the University of Florida's building here to the north. You can see how that alignment is. Our neighborhood workshop was duly held. We had 70 notifications sent and only 0 attendees in this. It was really not a hot item. The site has been properly signed for the public hearings. As Nate showed you, this sits on the north side of University Avenue, pretty much across from Library West. The 10-foot strip does not contain any sort of utilities in there, and it's actually sitting, you can see it, in the parking lot area. There's the foundation and the floor plate of the former Burger King. Here's the edge of street out here, and here's sidewalk. So it's actually been inside the parcel. There's the parcel line of the properties coming down from the north side, and it comes down and closes right there. This will not affect the design and character of the area since this is transect zones, and this will all be turned into public realm with our reconstruction. We do have the historical surveys and the plats that were part of the application process to demonstrate clearly that there you can see on the survey, those are the parking spaces in the parking lot. That area runs right across those parking spaces, and that has been part of the private property associated with the applicant's land. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, as Mr. Chan stated. City staff have identified 14 policies in the comprehensive plan and also consistency with section 33.41. So this is showing you the survey. There was a question that we answered. There is actually a fiber optic line that kind of comes around the corner of University Avenue and comes up 15th. The handoff boxes are out here. This will all be rebuilt during the course of redevelopment with new easements placed in favor of Gainesville Regional Utilities once the new street lights and all utilities are placed along here. But that's where that strip is. It sits inside the parcel. Staff recommendation is to approve this. The plan board heard this, it seems like a year ago, but it was February, and they approved this unanimously and recommend that you also approve this. If you have any questions, myself or Ms. Boyce, as attorney for the client, are here to answer any questions about this little technical snafu of 125 years ago, and then the way the block was constructed with just a little shift to it.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Greenbaum, when was this, 125-year error discovered?
That's a really good question, Mr. Mayor. It was discovered during the course of continued work on the project as they were doing title work and going through all the validations of the transactions that kind of created this real estate. And we were obviously well through the PUD and PD process, and as they continued to do their extended, title work and all, Ms. Boyce found it. There was another one that was going east-west through the property, which had been abandoned in the 1950s, but this one didn't get abandoned. So
was it before or after the approval of the PUD by this commission?
That's a really good question. I think it was kind of simultaneous because we were going through this process and the title work was underway, or has been underway for quite some time. But it was subsequent to, after we got the PUD, PDs approved, right?
The approval.
Yeah, after the approvals, we found this.
Okay.
So it does not materially affect, of course, anything that was adopted in the PUDs and PDs. We just need to clean this mapping error up, basically, and platting error up.
You're ever eager to clean up mapping. So the fiber optic line or any other utilities, I understand a lot of them run right on University Avenue General, but even that one on, this one on that side street, now I've forgotten the name of the side street.
15th. This is 16th on the west side.
When that gets rebuilt or whatever, does it get put into conduit, small, big conduits? Because this is a very urban environment as opposed to it is just underground.
Yes.
Nowadays, for this type of building.
So the answer to your question is the line will be probably placed in conduit there. During the engineering process, we worked with GRU on water, sewer, electric, gas, and fiber. Whether they choose to reroute this on the east side in like a stacked conduit or they keep it on this side, It would certainly be something that would be in a PVC conduit buried subterraneanly. The handoff boxes, as I talked about here, these little, it says THH, this is telecommunication handhold. So there are the boxes out there. There'll be connections in between there so that it'd be sleeved. It's not going to be risk to danger. Yeah.
All right, so just to be clear, the PD plan had originally envisioned utilizing this land for the overall site. Does it, just as a reminder, I'm trying to remember, is it literally going to be built on part of this 10 feet, or is it structure versus, and I can't remember whether this, I thought y'all were going to have some pull-in parking spaces that you in essence add. Is that the area I'm thinking of? I say parking, like loading, pull in.
Perhaps the best to visualize that, I'll go back to that. So, Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Willett's question, we will be recreating this area here as we've done on many so that there are pull-in spaces. So if you have Uber, Lyft, or other services like Amazon, DHL, FedEx, and so forth, there will be a protected area here. The area will be built upon. There will be new streetscaping, new hardscaping, new landscaping. There will be portions of doors, I'm sure, and their thresholds and all that occupy this space.
And then sidewalk, right?
Oh, yeah. And this whole pedestrian realm, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, will be rebuilt from the curb all the way to the face of the building. So this area, keep in mind, those trees are out in the right-of-way right now. They're in public land. This one is not, but those all are. So yes, our reconstruction of that will create the pedestrian realm and the urban space.
Pedestrian and some vehicle realm, right? Some pull-in spots for, like you said, delivery or whatnot?
Yep.
Okay.
An onset pull-on here, and then the entrance actually to the building itself will occur back here, alignment with First Avenue. So it'll be way back here to the north, and it'll go underneath the building there.
Does the and this you can either answer this or staff can answer this. The PD as approved, does it mandate that that's roughly what's going to happen, or is there the option that on that side of the building you say no, we're going to build all the per what is generally allowed, but does this, well, I guess in a PD it's really what it is, you can build all the way to that lot line, let's say to the left edge of that yellow box. Should your site plan change, or are you locked in because of the PD that is supposed to be, like you said, the pedestrian realm?
Mr. Mayor, the answer to the question is we are locked in because of the PUD, PD, and the requirements of the transect zone to create the urban realm from back of curb to building face. So we're not going to squeeze the building 10 more feet over here because of this. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
That matters a lot to me because we can say
Indeed.
this is a small space, but at the per square foot price of this land, it's not little. it's not little, because if you get to go another 10 feet the other way, I guarantee you, y'all would be back here and saying, this is impossible, it cannot pencil.
Yeah.
So if 10 feet the other side makes something not pencil, 10 feet this way it's not small.
Yes.
In an urban environment, when a minimum lot size in the city is, what is it now, the minimum lot size in some places?
This is transect, so
I know, but just
30 feet roughly.
no minimum of just lot size square footage. We edited in some of our single family, and I can't remember whether it was 1,500, 16. No.
3,000.
Okay. Just 2,000 minimum lot size in the city. Just as a point, I don't think that I don't like it described as small, because the per dollar square foot, the per dollar of what the eventual building will be built per square foot, and then the rents collected per square foot, in no way is this small on that property. So I just don't appreciate a developer coming and telling me, oh, it's very, very small.
Right.
Now, granted, if it's not don't know that's an error, it is something that has existed that people didn't necessarily know about or enforce. There were past errors at some point in enforcement, but it is an error in favor of the city at this point, is it not? Or it is whatever. I mean, we have the power to say no, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Mayor, in answer to that question, I can answer, and I think Ms. Boyce may wish to opine. It has always been understood. You see the parcel lines here. It has always been understood that that is a part of the parcel of the land, and as long as we have gone back into the aerial photography, which goes back into the 1930s, and then obviously the multiple businesses, it's always been a part of the property itself. All of the public realm, that is the street, the sidewalk, and utilities, has existed out here in this area. It's not been something that's been a flange or an additional piece of land that the city has benefited from. The previous owners have had that as part of their holistic parcel in here.
With, I assume, without actually getting permission to build in the right of way, which is more typical.
I think for decades and generations that nobody has found this till we found it. Specifically, Ms. Boyce found it. So, anyway, yeah, it's been a part of the property.
This is our Gainesville history moment, evidently.
Yes.
Jerry gets points for using the word flange in
I didn't want to say hanging chat. I don't want to go political.
Welcome, Ms. Boyce.
Okay. Just for the record, just so we can answer your questions. So early surveys done in 1960 and again in 1987 show the block was built 10 feet this way in error. We have to presume that whoever built the Burger King and the prior lounge, et cetera, had building permits from the city. So it was a construction error, probably mutual. But it was never part of the sidewalk or the road or contemplated or maintained or paved by the city. And the public treated it as part of the private property. So
never paid, can you say never paid by the city? Paved?
I'm sorry?
Paved. Never paved by the city?
Correct. It was
Okay.
never, it was inside the curb, it's inside the sidewalk. The public, the city, everybody assumed, by the way the landform took shape, that this was part of the Burger King lot. And so it was built on, there's paving on it, part of the building. The grease trap for the Burger King was in it. We thought it was a manhole, GRU manhole. Their crews went into it and discovered it was a grease trap for the former restaurant. GRU confirmed they've never had utilities in the 10-foot strip. So it's not anything nefarious or that anybody did anything with intent. Simply when we started looking at the development plan and drilling down on those details, the survey, the current survey, flagged it. And I brought it to the attention of Jerry, and we talked to the city about it. I talked to the city attorney's office. The one alley was clearly, had been vacated as of record by the city 30, 40 years ago. This one's in a gray area. Arguably, it's always been private property and was never fully dedicated to the city or accepted, either presumed under the statute or by maintenance. However, the city attorney advised, you know, in these situations, let's just err on the side of being conservative and take this through the right-of-way vacation process. It could easily have been done by a quitclaim deed. So we're just trying to clean it up so that there's no confusion on the part of the public or Public Works as we move forward. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions. Hopefully that helps.
My next question is for city staff.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, is this coming as a recommendation from staff from your department? Can you chime in a little bit? Because I know typically this comes, I think, from Department of Sustainable Development, correct? Or is this coming from, who is this coming from with what people chiming in?
The item is from the Department of Sustainable Development. It's been reviewed by our office. And what you have before you is a quasi-judicial determination, and the criteria to base your decision on, the essential elements of the law, have been set forth by Mr. Chen and put in his presentation in the backup. And to date, bear in mind, the competent substantial evidence on which you're bound to make your decision has only been that all these criteria are met. There is no one opposing it. So procedurally, I think you're left making a decision on which there is no evidence contrary to what you've heard. And that being said, to rest your mind at ease, I think it's interesting that I'm not sure if there's a 120-year-old error here, or it's simply that, and again, you know, Ms. Boyce has done this for her career, so she might be able to correct it, but my understanding is this plat was put in place that time ago. And on the face of it, this land is dedicated such as you see, but the question is whether there's ever any acceptance. There's no record of any formal acceptance, and there's no record of any practical acceptance. There's no use of it, there's no utility use of it. And to the contrary, there's been private use of it, as she would indicate from the building permits that would have been when it was the Burger King, and I think it was a pizza place before that, back into the 80s, and I remember as a child going there. So I'm not sure if it's truly an error or just the fact that this property has been, there was a dedication of a right-of-way. It does not appear to be any record of an acceptance such that the property is in the parcel that was represented as it came forward for the zoning that was approved. And the ways in which this is clarified, because I don't know if it comes up when they seek financing or anything else, is it can be clarified either with a quitclaim deed or with a quiet title action, where again, I'm not sure if they were to claim that it's properly part of their parcel, it would be incumbent upon us to show that there was some way the dedication was somehow accepted. I don't know where that evidence would come from. Or the most straightforward way is what you have here right now with this display that it meets all the criteria for a vacation, bring it before you in the quasi-judicial manner. If there is any evidence to the contrary, this was the opportunity for people to come forward and bring that evidence. I don't see that we have any. And so it's in your hands now. That's sort of the factual background as I understand it. But then in some ways more significantly, the procedural background you're looking at right now is that you have the expert from the city displaying the...
My question is, are you part of that expert?
Yes, I think I would have zero evidence to the contrary of what's been presented by your expert staff and by the applicant as well.
Okay. And so then just can you remind us a little bit, I'm having a hard time understanding why in this case we say this idea like it was always understood to be part of the parcel. I can think of 10,000 parcels that the right-of-way is considered. Is there something special about this? Isn't right-of-way always part of the parcel? Or rather, isn't right-of-way frequently part of the parcel? It is just you can't build, the owner can't build on it. It has to be available for utilities, whatnot, and you have to have permission to build in it, typically, right? So I just heard this like, oh, it's always been considered part of the parcel. Isn't that, what am I misunderstanding about right-of-way? Not right-of-way that is the street right-of-way of, a back alley or whatever, or a street right-of-way that's yet to be built on, but the difference between right-of-way that is in or outside of a parcel, what is the difference? And whoever would like to educate me.
This 10-foot strip was part of the street right-of-way dedicated on the face of the plat. So it was intended in 1905, it was dedicated on the plat to the public, to the city, if the city wanted to build a street. The city did build a street, but it was much narrower.
Perfect. So as street, and that's why we call this a vacancy.
Exactly.
We're vacating.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like a widow. It's a widow strip that
right.
And we see this a lot in the city where.
I just want to understand that because
yeah,
there are lots of other cases where you can. Yes, the utility can come on your property in that 10 feet or whatever.
Yeah,
and right of way because you think it's your parcel. Well, it is, but it's the right of way.
Well, you have to research the plats, the deeds, and the title work, and you have to make a legal analysis under the factors in the statute, as well as the maps you find and actual records of maintenance or lack thereof, and then you make a legal determination and discuss that with staff. And sometimes it goes the other way, and we have to design around it. But frequently, it's really difficult to figure out, and I've done a lot of these over my 35 years of being a land use attorney. So it's kind of a real estate issue. So
job security.
Well.
Job security. Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Okay.
Just to fully understand, it is a little weird. It's a little weird. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, it's a lot weird. It's this is why land use attorneys are land use attorneys. There's more to it than meets the eye normally. We're dealing with 100+ year old plats and and things that were not necessarily particularly professionally graded in the first place. So, any other lights? Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Public comment, no one signed up.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you. So a lot of the questions that I would have had were clarified by the backup that we had. So just this is probably city staff questions, would be no impact to Northwest 15th Street or Northwest 16th Street, which are two very narrow, non-divided roadways in the College Park area. We probably want to put that on the record, mainly because it's quasi-judicial, I think.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, vacation in the right-of-way won't have any impact on the adjacent roadways for this 10-foot strip.
And the sidewalk, we've been told by the applicant in this particular case, essentially some pedestrian crosswalk on the east side of there will be rebuilt. So while obviously there is some planned unit development impact during the time, there is going to be some pedestrian walkway on the east side of Northwest 16th Street?
Yeah, so as part of the redevelopment of the parcel, they'll be required to meet the standards of the plan development that was approved, which includes improvements to the sidewalk, landscaping, and essentially all sides of that parcel being improved as part of that project.
This is already an approved, very large, as Commissioner Lewis said, very large planned unit development. And I just would want to see that the city make sure that we're not negatively impacting travel. There's going to be some impacts during construction, assuming construction goes forward, no doubt. But they've got to be construction impacts that minimize travel impacts to the the neighborhood and University Avenue and into College Park and UPNA. Is that something that we're able to have discussion with the applicants once they start their timeline there?
Mr. Manager.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure. Maybe staff can say that. I'm not sure where the applicant is in terms of. So they have zoning approval. I'm not sure if they've made submissions for site plan approval, which would be typically what we would look at for some of these more detailed questions.
Mr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Interim Chief Operating Officer. As far as construction impacts during the construction phase, this would be handled through the right-of-way obstructions permit process. There are, depending on the means and methods of how the building is constructed, there may have to be some street closures from time period to time period. There are fees associated with closing a street or closing a lane or closing a sidewalk. So all those would be assessed and determined once the means and method of construction are determined.
Yeah, we may be. Does the applicant wish to say anything about the timeline for what you're looking for from here forward?
Not really at this time, Mr. Mayor, because obviously this is all coordinated through the city's Public Works Department, Gainesville Regional Utilities, the Florida Department of Transportation. But I don't want to speculate on the timeline at this point until all of our engineers sit down with city engineers, Public Works, GRU, and the Florida Department of Transportation, since we are on State Road 26.
Thank you. I obviously the 10-foot right-of-way should not be an issue, and as we've been told by the attorney, it meets the content related to the way we vote, related to a quasi-judicial process. So I understand that. Just looking way ahead, I just want to make sure that travel impacts and negative impacts in the College Park and UPNA neighborhood are really taken into consideration. Specifically because in this area over many, many years, there's been a lot of right-of-way vacations. I don't know if I'm using that term correctly, but there's been a lot of pieces and incremental parts of roadways which have been closed down. And because they've been done incrementally, they've had negative impact on travel ease for all modal forms of transportation. They haven't been done in a comprehensive way. So I just worry that when this development, assuming it goes forward, that the travel impacts can really be taken in consideration more holistically, because it's going to be felt many blocks away from the University Avenue corridor. And so that would be for the applicant. It would be cutouts for example, delivery companies, the ability to pull in so that people who are visiting have the ability to park somewhere that doesn't block the roadways and travel and access.
Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Book's point, I've already connected our clients here, LV, with folks that own the standard landmark property, since they have an enormous garage a couple blocks away, so that we can address those very issues. They have a lot of parking spaces there, and I understand, having lived in this neighborhood, coordination is great in the beginning and make sure it happens throughout the entirety of the process. Yes.
There's no one to speak, correct?
There actually is. I made an error earlier.
I'll wait then.
We have David Wilson.
Welcome, Mr. Wilson.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm Dave Wilson. I live in the University Park neighborhood, and I've lived there for 46 years. And I think it's excellent that Commissioner Book brought up the point of impacts. This project is going to impact our neighborhood enormously. It's a huge project. We're talking about technical details here, but it's a 750-bed, 12-story, 13 parking space project. We have neighbors that live 3 blocks. I live 7 blocks from this project. We have neighbors that live 3 blocks from there. Parking is an enormous issue. Our neighborhood has issues with parking, noise, and trash. And the events that you should know about are that every few weeks there is a quote-unquote party. And when you say the word party, everybody laughs and snickers. Oh, it's a party. We're talking 150, 200 people showing up, screaming, F-bombing the neighbors, throwing trash around. I have pictures on my phone, if you care, of, red Solo cups, trash all over the place, the impact. So you talked in terms of impact, Commissioner Book. That's a really important issue for us because safety, these really impact. These events go on till 3 o'clock in the morning. The Pike House, which is right next door to this project, actually had hundreds of kids show up a month or so ago. GPD came at 3 in the morning, arrested the president of the fraternity, hauled him off to jail, fined him. I have his picture on my phone. We know who he is. And these kind of things happen all the time. And our neighborhood, University Park, is a viable neighborhood. We have neighbors that have lived there 60 years, and they really like and appreciate this historic neighborhood. It's not technically a historic neighborhood, but it's an old neighborhood. And this problem the reason this project exists is because in about 2018, University of Florida threw the drinking off campus from the sororities and the fraternities. They come into these areas and in fact, if you want to check it out, check the University of Florida Surf Club. It's like 3 houses from our house. They have people that own this house or rent this house, and they use that as a gathering point for these events. This project is only going to bring hundreds more kids right next to my house on a Friday and Saturday night. And this is outrageous. And this technical point is an indication that it's a too big a project. It's on it's less than an acre. It's not much bigger than my lot. It's going to be gigantic. And the impact to a viable neighborhood, I think, is extremely negative. And I think you should think very clearly about the impacts to these kinds of projects give to viable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. So just finishing it. So the Pike House, by the way, it's like 3 blocks west. I think it's at 18th Street or 19th Street. I can't remember which. It is close, but it's not directly where this particular parcel is. I would just say to the applicant, kind of what you hear is, the project's been approved at a certain level already, but please use, if that 10 feet is voted for, please use that 10 feet in ways that minimize long-term negative impacts on the neighbors, especially to the south. It'll have some roadway impacts on University Avenue, but where you have your residents and other multifamily housing is to the south. And so really consider that when you move forward. So that would be it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Anyone like to make a motion? Would anyone like to make a motion? It's number 2.
Okay. Move that the city commission approve ordinance number 2026-140.
Is there a second? Is there a second for the motion? One more time, is there a second for the motion? Okay, that fails for lack of a second. Okay.
That concludes the agenda.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you all for your time. Would you like to add to that? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, could we possibly entertain a motion to defer this item until we have a full commission present?
I will make I move that we postpone this until our next meeting where we expect a full commission.
It is a quasi-judicial item, and I'm concerned that other issues outside the record related to this issue have been introduced that may have influenced our situation here today. I just want to say that for the record. I mean no disrespect.
And if there's any other additional technical items you wish, or Mr. McDermott, who's worked on this, to come down and come forward to the next agenda time, certainly we'll happily bring additional technical information on this vacation.
Yeah, I second the motion.
This motion. So can I ask that instead of saying that the next meeting, that
Sorry,
the
the
future,
date.
yeah,
The 20,
the future
the
meeting.
21st.
We do need to have notice requirements.
We have time before the 21st, Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, I think we can, I think you can move to have it set on a date certain, and then our notice will be sufficient.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
21st.
And you're good with that as the seconder?
Yeah, and we may benefit from having additional members of the commission here also that may have some other thoughts to inform the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I see no further lights. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously with Commissioners Eastman, Deckenwalker, and Engel absent. And that is going to be a monster of an agenda on the 21st. There are many, many things already on that agenda.
Many things.
Yes. All right. So I'd seen, Madam Clerk, just one more time?
There's nothing else on the
All right.
agenda. You guys moved commission comments, so there's
Right.
nothing left.
Okay. So we will reconvene at 5:30, and we will, I don't think, have a quorum, but we don't need a quorum for the purely ceremonial things that we'll be doing in the evening. Anyone who can, it would certainly be good to be here to support the kids and the other folks who will be here for those, but.
Is that an ask of us or staff?
Y'all. And it's a rare circumstance that we have an evening session where we do not have a quorum, but we're not taking any action on anything. So, Mr. Attorney, I just want to be clear that is
That's
entirely kosher.
You can't take action, so.
Right. Okay. All right, very good. We are adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the evening session of the Gainesville City Commission. It is a special one in that everything we're doing this evening is ceremonial, and I am so pleased to have you all with us to share in the ceremonies. And we will, Madam Clerk, you want to lead us off there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Pledge of Allegiance by the Manhood Youth Development.
Excellent. Come on up, young men, and we will take your lead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, if y'all want to turn around and get a photo with us, just like this, and then I will shake all your hands a little bit later. We have a proclamation for you.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, very nice. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3. Anyone else need to come up? Parents can come up.
Yeah, parents, come on up. Yeah.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
All right, count of 3. Y'all say manhood. 1, 2, 3.
Manhood.
Perfect.
Very good. Very good. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our proclamations and special awards. We have first our Earth Day Children's Art Award celebration. Dr. Zhu. Oh, we're going to hold on.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dan Zhu, Chief Resiliency Officer. On April 22nd, we celebrated Earth Day with the Mayor's Proclamation, Community and Staff Award, and Children's Art. Tonight, we proudly recognize the top 3 winners from each grade level, 1st through 5th. Thank you to our staff, parents, and teachers who made this possible. Now I will turn it over to the Mayor to present the certificates.
Thank you, Dr. Zhu, and thanks to everyone who participated in this. It really is it is fun to be a part of, and I appreciate everyone who went to the trouble of doing this work. We're going to recognize, I think, 15 of you this evening. So, yeah, if you get the overhead there.
Broadcast, we need the overhead.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so is this Ezra? Okay. City of Gainesville Earth Day Art Award is presented to Ezra K., 1st grade category, 1st place, in recognition of creative expression in the Earth Day Art Contest, honoring the artistic interpretation of Earth Day. Mayor Harvey Ward, City of Gainesville, and City Manager Andrew Persons. And Mr. Persons, if you want to come down and join us, since your name is on all of these. All right, Ezra. This is for you. You'll hold on to that. Did you draw that? Good work. Appreciate you. All right. You want to meet the city manager over here? Right behind us. Yeah. I know it's intimidating, man. I get you. I do this all the time. Yeah. Good job. All right, our next certificate is for Anna R., who's also in the 1st grade category, 2nd place. Look at that. Nice work, Anna. Right. Nash J. Nash? Very good. Oh, nice work. All right, this one is for Claire Z in the second grade category, first place. All right, good work, Hazel. Hazel KR, second grade category, second place. Oh, good work. Look at all the colors in space. I love it. Emily Dacey, MS. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's good. I like that. All right. Let's make the world a better place. I love it. This one goes to Leah G, who is in the third grade category, first place. Leah, where you at? Yeah, no?
No?
Okay, all right. Oh, look at that.
Oh, nice.
All right, Kaya P, third grade category, second place. Very good. Oh, and then, oh, I see. Oh, okay. London H, also third grade. So only 2 foxes, huh? Okay, all right, okay. Oh, another fox later, okay, all right. All right, in the fourth grade category, first place goes to Atahan B. All right, Holly W., also in the fourth grade category. All right, Ivy A., who's in the fourth grade category also. A lot going on there. Yeah. All right. Fifth grade category first place goes to Lamea D. Ooh, look at that. Well, there's the fox again. What does the fox?
I'm recognizing the theme. Is that the school's mascot?
All right, fifth grade category, second place, Brielle M.
That's nice.
Okay, fifth grade category, third place, Yuzu B. All right, I want everyone, please, all the winners, please join us up here at the dais, and we'll get photos with the commission and city manager.
We may as well go down.
I don't know, there can be a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, well,
I
you're right.
Just make yourselves at home.
Okay.
All right, we have anybody else with a certificate not up here yet?
All right, so we're going to have people who are going to have to come in on the sides because it's
two rows.
too. If maybe some of the smaller ones could come in front, we can make a double row. All right, but there's a little guy next to the mayor that I can't see. This little. All right, everybody, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more, and then you'll have more to come, I'm sure. 1, 2, 3. All right, anyone else who wants to be here?
All right, nice work, everybody.
For artists, if you all, we need folks to exit on this side, so if you go across.
You're very welcome. You're welcome. Of course.
That's most of our audience.
What? No one wants to sit up here with me? I feel sad. All right, Mr. Mayor, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. We are on to our proclamations. We have 2026-320 Manhood Youth Development Foundation Inc.'s 16th anniversary.
All right, y'all come on up. Everybody come on.
Everyone should join at the podium.
Just come up behind us here. Yeah, we'll be on TV.
Guys, a couple guys on the side.
Hold on. And we got another one, so we can pass these around. Who wants to hold the other one? You got it? All right. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas in 2009, a think tank committee researched the many causes relating to the high school dropout and incarceration rates of African American young men in Alachua County. In 2010, Project Manhood 2015 was developed to assist the Alachua County School District with increasing the percentage of young men graduating. And whereas in 2016, Project Manhood 2015 was transformed into Manhood Youth Development Foundation Incorporated, and it has since mentored hundreds of young men in elementary, middle, and high school. And whereas in 2021, Manhood Youth Development Foundation Incorporated invested in the whole family concept by adding a powerful and effective parent support group. And whereas Manhood Youth Development Foundation Incorporated teaches young men about career planning, goal setting, communications, leadership, life skills, dressing for success, they got that one down, right? Respect for self and others, employment opportunities, and conflict resolution. And whereas students from this program have continued with their education and graduated from Santa Fe College, Bethune-Cookman University, Florida A&M University, the University of Florida, the University of North Florida, and the University of Central Florida. Now therefore I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 3rd, 2026 as Manhood Youth Development Foundation Incorporated's 16th anniversary in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in honoring young men and families that are doing the right thing. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this first day of May, 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, other commissioners, guests, and staff. We are very, very pleased to be on your program today, and thank you so much for inviting us. I also want to share our appreciation to the city of Gainesville and some special people who played a part in this vision, which was a vision back in 2010. And I want to honor to see Mr. Charles Chestnut for being a part of this program, as well as Mr. Simon Johnson. And I want to also recognize, as we move forward, those other people who play an important role in these young men's lives, and those are parents. A couple of years ago, we implemented a parent support group. Parents, will y'all please join us? Parents.
And would you give us your name, please?
My name is Charlie Ray Jackson.
Thank you.
And I've been with these guys. I have been with these guys for a minute. And one of the young men just walked out, will be graduating from University of North Florida, and he finished his program as well. So as we enjoyed this proclamation, these young men, I'm so proud of our parent support group, because when you bring the whole family in, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and I hope some folks out there in the education world are listening to this, because we got to get back in our communities. We got to get back in our homes, and we got to help parents be parents again. And if we get that done, and we get that thing right, like these parents get behind this program, it's going to make it happen. What happens next with these young men, May 16th, we're going to have another program. Then we're going to take them over to Camp Blandon. We're going to be at Camp Blandon for 3 days. We'll go through a leadership reaction course. We'll teach them about careers, other things at Camp Blandon. Then we'll return on June 7th, and we'll have the annual celebration at the Santa Fe Blunt Center downtown. So if you have any time from 3 to 5 o'clock on June 7th, please join us, and you'll see these young men put on their final act for this year, and that is to present to the public, the general public, their accomplishment for this school year 25 and 26. So, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the Board of Directors for Manhood Youth Development Foundation, we thank you all very much.
Short ones in the front.
No one wants to be told who's the
Oh.
short one.
I guess not.
Yep, squeeze in a little bit.
Squeeze in like y'all never do something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take a picture real quick, and then I'm going to join you all.
Right, 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Do you want me to take a picture for you while you're in it?
What happened? Oh, your sign? Oh, yes. Very important to have that.
All right, hold the sign a little lower on this side and a little higher on your side. Get the sign up a little higher here. There you go.
Or do you want someone else to hold the proclamation?
And 1, 2, 3, and let me just get one more. Very good. good. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor. We'll let our folks clear out here.
Yeah, give them a minute. They've got to get
we were all fascinated. All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-287 Emergency Medical Services Week.
Very good.
All right, all
Tell
folks
us.
for that. Oh, Chief.
Why don't you hold that one? Sir. City of Gainesville, Florida proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service provided by Gainesville Fire Rescue, and whereas the members of Gainesville Fire Rescue provide timely, advanced life support to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas rapid access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services fill healthcare gaps by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. Whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 17 through 23, 2026 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing the accomplishments of Gainesville's EMS providers and in encouraging our community to observe National EMS Week with the theme Improving Outcomes Together. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 14th day of April, 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. It's my honor to be here to accept this on behalf of the men and women of Gainesville Fire Rescue. And if I could brag a little bit, so GFR in the past year, 2025, responded to 30,000 requests for service. Out of those, between 16 and 20,000, depending on how you look at the data, were emergency medical service calls. And as part of those calls, we had the opportunity to help in assisting during births. We performed field surgery twice, performing surgical cricothyrotomies. Countless times, we had responders that corrected abnormal heart rhythms, and 100 times we responded to non-traumatic cardiac arrests. And 38 of those times, we got a pulse back. 18 of those times, the person left the hospital. So we take that job very seriously. It doesn't start whenever the bell goes off and the crews respond to those calls. It started in 1882, and we've built that system since then with the support of the citizens and the commissioners. And we appreciate that support, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2026-305 Older Americans Month. We have all of our folks for Older Americans Month.
There you go. Hold that one, and I'll read this one. City of Gainesville, Florida proclamation. Whereas every May, Elder Options leads our community's observance of Older Americans Month, a time to recognize the contributions of older adults and reaffirm our commitment to supporting their health and independence. Whereas Gainesville benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported, and recognizes the vital role that older adults play in the cultural, civic, and economic life of our city. And whereas the 2026 Older Americans Month theme, Champion Your Health, promotes prevention, wellness, and personal responsibility as cornerstones of healthy aging, encouraging older adults to take an active role in managing their health, accessing preventive care, and making informed decisions. And whereas Elder Options, headquartered in Gainesville, serves as the area agency on aging for a 16-county region in North Central Florida, providing leadership in planning, coordinating, and advocacy for older adults, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers since 1977. Whereas Gainesville can build a better community for older residents by planning programs that encourage independence, ensuring services are responsive to individual needs, increasing access to aging-in-place supports, and educating the public about the services available through Elder Options. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Older Americans Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating the contributions of our older adults and our commitment to supporting their health and independence. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 21st day of April 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
Thank you very much. Our CEO, Katina Mustafer, was unable to be here this evening, and she asked for me to speak on her behalf. I'm Janet Kreischer. I'm the Director of Program Operations at Elder Options. Want to thank Mayor Ward and the City Commission very much for your recognition of Older Americans Month through this proclamation. We celebrate every May, as Mayor Ward mentioned, and we're excited about the theme for this year of championing your health. Across the county, Older Americans Act funded programs provide nutrition and support services through local senior service agencies such as Elder Care of Alachua County, which I imagine you all are familiar with. Agencies like Elder Options, which is an area agency on aging, and an Aging and Disability Resource Center receive funding from the state agencies and contract with agencies like Elder Care of Alachua County to provide those services. And we greatly appreciate this recognition. And if you're interested in learning more about our programs and the programs of the agencies that we contract with, please search on Elder Options and you will find us. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, we are on to 2026-306, Historic Preservation Month. Everyone for it. I see our Historic Preservation Board here.
I know there's a bunch of y'all here. Come on up.
Come on up.
And I want to, while they're coming up, I want to say, repeat a thing that I talked about earlier today when we were talking about the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center. We do over the years and have done over the years at the City of Gainesville quite a lot of historic preservation work. And it's easy to just very quickly go down and name property after property that are all pre-World War II properties, and some of them dating back far longer than that the City of Gainesville is either directly invested in keeping up to date or owns outright. including, of course, the Thomas Center. We've invested in the Siegel Building and the Sun Center and the Tench Building and the Masonic Temple around the corner, and even stretching now as the calendar moves on to this City Hall Plaza, which reminds us that the things that we live in and use all the time eventually become historic buildings. And we have to invest in them and make sure that they remain usable and part of the everyday life of our community. I would venture to say, and I think did so earlier this morning, that we take it for granted how much we have invested over the years and the care and resources that we've put into historic buildings in our community, to the point that it's easy to overlook a lot of our historic buildings because we take them for granted. And we should not do that. We need to consistently remind ourselves which buildings are in regular use and things that really are historic, but that we use all the time and take for granted. So thank you all for the work that you do, and now we'll get to the actual proclamation. Bill, you want to hold that one? All right. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas historic preservation has proven to be an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas now more than ever, historic preservation is proving to be a relevant platform through which the histories and stories of all Gainesville's residents can be preserved. It is a goal of the city to be intentional in preserving the neighborhoods and cultures that represent all of our diverse citizens. And whereas it is important to celebrate the contributions of past generations and continue to tell their stories through the physical evidence of the past. And whereas in honor of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, this year's National Preservation Month theme is All People Are Created Equal, celebrating the places that bring the Declaration's most powerful promise to life, and the preservationists making sure those places endure. Whereas this effort to highlight the work being done by our preservation community is co-sponsored by the City of Gainesville and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Historic Preservation Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing and participating in this special observance. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 21st day of April, 2026.
Thank you, Mayor, for those very kind words about historic preservation. Kathleen Kaufman, your Historic Preservation Officer. Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Willits for attending our Historic Preservation Board this earlier this week. It's wonderful when you all take an interest enough to come see us in action, and I'm really, really proud of this board. They work very, very hard to be fair and really work through the issues. And I just wanted to let you know that the Historic Preservation Awards are coming up on Wednesday, May 20th at the Matheson History Museum, and hopefully we'll be getting an invite to your executive assistants very shortly. But I just wanted to thank you again, and thanks for that reminder of not to take it for granted, because historic preservation is always something that people kind of have a hard time defining what it is. But we all enjoy the buildings and the landscapes that make us remember our past. Thank you.
So let's go up here for the photo, since there are lots of us. It's easier that way.
Also, I finally got to speak to you with my new contact lenses. I can see everybody now.
All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1 more. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our next proclamation, certainly not least.
I could do this all day.
2026-321, Professional Municipal Clerks Week, which I will come down for.
Clerk's office, come on down.
Before I read the proclamation, as with the last one, I want to remind everyone watching at home that we quite literally cannot do the work that we do at the Gainesville City Commission without the quiet behind-the-scenes support of our clerk's office. Everything from keeping our schedules to reminding us why we do this, to keeping the records of the official records of the city of Gainesville, and everything in between is all the work of the clerk's office. So I'm thrilled to be able to recognize you all this evening with this proclamation. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored, vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the link between neighbors, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal services for all. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on the functions of local government and the community and continually strives to improve the administration of affairs through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 3 through 9, 2026 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in extending appreciation to our professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this first day of May, 2026, Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor. And of course, the clerk's office prepared all of this as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and you stole my thunder a little bit, but yes, you know, the city clerk's office is sort of the behind the scenes, behind every agenda, behind every records request, behind advisory board appointments, and behind your calendars. We are there working with across the city to make sure that not only do you all have what you need when you sit down at the dais to make the important decisions, but also that the community feels that they have the transparency and access that they need to local government. City clerk's office, municipal clerk's offices are among the oldest offices in local government, and and it's one of those essential features that help keep government running, and we're just so grateful for this recognition. Let me just introduce my team behind me who've been working tirelessly. We have my
Records.
Operations and Records Manager, Shanika Young. We have Executive Assistant Andrea Wyatt, Executive Assistant Francisco Gallup, the mayor. We have our Executive Coordinator, Michael Bryant, no relation, and Executive Assistant Taylor Murphy, and Executive Assistant Senior Jertoya Russell. And I'm just so incredibly proud of my team and all the effort that they do to put on meetings like this and help people as they walk in the door and keep the city running. So we're glad for this recognition. Thank you.
Why don't you stand in front of me? You're too tall. or at least I'll find the gap in between. There we go.
I'm so old, I remember when this room was full of people.
All right, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before you come back to the dais, I believe we may have,
Let's get a picture of it.
yeah, at least a picture.
Let me read it in officially, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So we have Earth Day Children's Art Award recipient, and we're gonna, and what is your name? We have Hollywood. Fantastic. Hollywood is here for her art award. So, Mr. Mayor, take it away.
Excellent. So I don't have your certificate, Holly, but Dr. Zhu has that, and we'll make sure to get it to you. But we will get a picture with you in just a moment. Congratulations. You're welcome. Come on up. My signature is on the certificate.
Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and one more. Do you want to come up here? Come on up here.
Hi, smile. Thank you.
And we did get to see your art earlier.
They showed them all.
Yes, we did.
Thank you so much.
Right. All right, Mr. Mayor, we have commission comment.
Any commission comments, Stephen? All right, my only comment is that I hope all of us here in the room and everybody watching at home will be here at City Hall Plaza before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to enjoy the ribbon cutting for the renovated City Hall Plaza, which I think we're all very excited about, and I look forward to seeing everybody's smiling face in the morning. Anybody else? All right, we are adjourned.